be sure to wave at the spotter. Spark off the left there. They're doing a nice live stream right now. Come on, from my handy. Clear to take it.
Welcome to Minneapolis St. Paul International Airport for live plane spotting on MSP Airport Live. Great to have you on board with us today on this wonderful Wednesday out here inside MSP Airport. I'll tell you what, you could not have asked for better conditions today. Well, maybe except for the colder temperatures that we're going to be spotting in today. But
I could do without the wind.
Oh, yeah.
That, though, it's perfect. It's starting to feel like spring. That snow from last night is pretty much gone already. It's a little dusty.
Yeah, not sure what's going on with our intro today here. Well, it looks like our broadcast system is going to have to gradually warm up to the action today because it's going to be an action-packed afternoon right here from Minnesota's aviation mecca.
Yeah, we're approaching that afternoon departure rush into the evening here soon. Including a late heavy 121 to Tokyo, the 350s, back at the gate for a maintenance issue, and they're supposed to be headed out soon, assuming they can get themselves figured out. And there's just a touch of de-icing action left for the day of the ones that sat overnight. Got an Alaska 737 up front here at the tower, getting a quick spray down before they head out. And we have the Queen later too, don't we?
Yes, we do. We actually have the 747 tonight. I think it's the big top.
Yes,
as well.
It's one of two that UPS has. It's 578 and 579 that have the bigger top. And by that we mean it was a passenger one with the full upper deck versus just, you know, the cargo one with a few windows. The converted freighter, if I'm not mistaken, they both came from, it was either ANA or EVA. I forget.
Yeah, it has to be one of the two. And if you're just tuning in, Alex Redding alongside Logan Justice. It's great to have you on board. It's been a little while since we've had you in the broadcast booth. Yeah.
I'm just happy to be here.
So I know that you've been keeping an eye on some of our inbound and outbound flights today. Besides the big top 747-400, anything else that piques your attention?
I know we have a request from a captain on Delta 9, or it might be the FO, but on Delta 9 from Heathrow, they have requested we film them, which of course we will. They want photos or videos, so we'll be out here for that. A bunch of 330s, some departures of those later in the afternoon, and the rest of the European arrivals. I think we've gotten about half of them so far.
All right.
And there's a few 757s thrown in there too, so that's always nice.
Well, how's this for a wild card today? We have de-icing, and this Alaska 737, I believe this aircraft was involved in a batch of diversions that arrived into Minneapolis last evening. I think so.
All right.
So we had a pit stop last night with EVA Air, their 777-300ER from Taipei. Had to divert here quickly, get some more fuel, and then headed back south to arrive in Chicago. A very stormy night last night
It was nasty.
for that part of the country. And, of course, our thoughts and prayers are with the folks impacted by the wild, severe weather, including the devastating wedge tornado that tore through Kankakee, Illinois, and also parts of northwestern Indiana.
It's just awful. It's really bad when they come late in the night like that because everyone's kind of winding down, not paying attention as much, and then they kind of just sneak up on them. It's really, really, really bad. The ones last night were no joke.
So 9341, this is indeed one of the aircraft that diverted last night.
Wow. We got 15 total diversions, including EVA last night.
Yeah, how
EVA
crazy was that?
Heavy, just a bunch of other narrow bodies. I want to say most of the arrivals in Chicago last night ended up diverting. The weather that hit Chicago wasn't like, you know, too bad necessarily, but it was so drawn out and widespread. That's when the traffic system just can't handle it anymore. And it's like, all right, we're done. You go here, you go there.
So this aircraft diverted last night from its flight from Seattle to Chicago here to MSP. So it got it as Alaska 538. And it's headed out as 9341. Yeah, so there was a... There's quite the mixed medley of diversion arrivals that we got last night.
There's so many. They just kept coming.
They absolutely did.
I think Eva tried to go to Indianapolis, but that was definitely not going to work. They usually try that or Toronto with their crew base.
Wind 2910, gust 19, and I reach your left, good line. Cruise your left, landing,
So if you're just tuning in, welcome to Minneapolis, St. Paul. My name is Alex. I'm the executive producer of MSP Live, and I am joined with our assistant producer, Logan Justice, who we're able to snag him here on a day that he's available to ride in the first officer seat, the co-pilot seat for the broadcast, and do some live plane spotting here today.
Delta 121, we don't need a de-ice anymore.
There's 121.
Yeah, Gordon, I was watching Brandon Kopic, too, of the chase of that monster tornado that rolled through Kankakee, and that was some pretty significant stuff, I'll tell you what. Just some shocking images.
For heavy pushing downfield.
121's good to push there, getting out of here after a brief mechanical issue.
Charlie, hold short 30 left on Charlie, Delta 1260.
Might be a loud one too if the engine sucked in any of that de-ice fluid. But it went to the 1-2 left pad earlier, so I did not see.
930 left, taxi via Alpha. And
121's a bonus for us. We're supposed to be out of here around 1 o'clock. Over an hour late now. So.
Alright, Alpha, and you said hold short of Mike for left.
And they will be going 30 left, of course.
Alaska 9341 on Mike, hold short of runway 30 left.
Alpha Mike, hold short of runway 30 left.
Alaska's getting their move on now.
Approach 60, monitor tower 126.7.
Sun Country coming off just after the landing. Remind me, Alex, what livery is that? It's the
Simplified Titles livery.
Simplified Titles.
Circa 2017, it was more of an interim livery. Yep,
right.
2017, I know, it's been that long.
Don't remind me. Well, even like, 2019 or 20 seems like forever ago now, which is awful.
So our Alaska flight, I think they're ready to get going here. This is our departure out of MSP. This flight was supposed to have, this aircraft was supposed to be at O'Hare last night.
On the takeoff roll.
All right, here they go. So Alaska is ready to roll back to Chicago.
121 is also pushing, which is great.
That's 539, turn left heading 260, connect departure ship. 260, over departure, 509, good day.
Wind isn't blowing the right way. We might get a whiff of the engine start sound from here, too.
There we go. You got to have the iconic MSP tower shot here with Alaska in the foreground.
Yes, we do. Pairs up perfectly with takeoff and landing shots here, too. Every once in a while, we'll get one going off 30 left right in front of it, and then off 30 right also, and you get it like one right behind the tower and one in front. It's kind of hard to getting them paired up like that because they have to rotate at just the right spot, but that's always neat.
Yeah, 3893, bound start at
All right, so we got another arrival that's about to touch down here on our south parallel. It's another biz jet.
A busy morning for those. I think we had like 3 or 4 lined up at once to leave. I think it's a Challenger, maybe?
We'll tell you what, the atmosphere was pretty turbulent last night here in the upper Midwest.
Yeah, we got a few little bands of snow. It's like an inch coating, and now it's all gone because it's above freezing now, so.
Delta 1260, now start position at Charlie Cross 30 left, turn on Whiskey.
121 is just to the left, also starting to...
That's 9341, map start, Mike, cross runway 30 left, then left turn Whiskey, cross runway 4, traffic dim position. Alright, so on
Mike, cross runway 30 left, left on Whiskey, and cross runway 4, Alaska, 9341.
There comes Alaska as well. Jump across on Mike right here. Which is,
Well, I'll tell you what, we can't miss that.
And the brown box of doom says it obstructed.
The brown box of doom, okay.
3 heavy, 31.
But it'll pop out in front to the right here in just a
3893, turn left
second.
heading 280, right 30 left.
There it is.
There's Chester playing the Jaws game with us.
Double 153 heavy map star, wind 3108, right 30 left, cleared line, traffic may hold in position.
Total line 30 left, Delta 163.
Delta 163 Heavy cleared to arrive. They're from Amsterdam today with the A330. So we'll have some heavy action in short order coming your way.
121 heavy taxi.
Delta 121 Heavy, runway 30 left, side today, Alpha.
To left the Alpha, Delta 121 heavy.
Well, good.
All right, Delta
Getting to
120
move on.
Heavy has been given taxi instructions, and we should see Delta's Queen of the Fleet
We'll reefer there.
get airport. Yeah, no kidding.
Goodness, really shallow climb out too. Wow. Like really, really shallow. Jeez. Whatever works for you, I guess, huh?
Got 3893, turn left heading 260, connect departure, zip.
You just got Swiss ported.
Well, you know, I suppose so. We also have a membership to celebrate here.
Oh, do we?
Yes, we do. Actually had the pleasure of meeting him in person
Oh, yeah.
last week. I want to give a big shout out to Steve Rundeby celebrating a year of MSP Airport Live memberships. Wow, 1 year. Where did the time go? Had a great time meeting you and chatting, and of course, a great show. And got to meet RJ. Also, it was so great to meet you as well, Steve. I hope your road trip back to the Lone Star State of Texas was smooth and uneventful. So thank you so much, Steve, for being on with us for 12 incredible months.
Thank you very much. All right, I'm going to jump off the mic here and go film this 350. I'll be back in a minute.
All right, sounds good. Well, Logan's going to go and get to that here. Alan Lee, ATC, so great to see you today. Happy Wednesday, by the way. Alan Lee says, good evening from the northeast of England. All right. Jamie Schulte, I hope I'm pronouncing your name correctly. Saying good afternoon from Texas. Well, good afternoon from Minnesota. Happy Wednesday. So great to see you today. Graham Explorers saying good afternoon, guys. Well, good afternoon to you, Graham. So great to have you on board today. And then, of course, Steve says hello, all watching from DFW today. Jimmy Allison says hello and good afternoon, everyone. Most of the snow from last evening is melting here in Stillwater. So great to see you again today, Jimmy. And then, of course, how could I not forget, we've got a heavy on final approach. Delta 163 Heavy now arriving from Amsterdam.
Delta 1260, map start at 30 left, line up away, traffic to CRJ 12 off.
Line up away, 30 left, Delta 1260.
Delta 121 Heavy, your verify your squawking 2606.
Hey, affirmative, are you not getting it?
Yeah, it's just showing up as a different code. Probably fix itself once you get airborne. Then Delta 153 Heavy, turn right, join Alpha, cut the ground, point 9er, we'll ship.
Right turn Alpha, point 9er, Delta 153 Heavy, good day.
And now for Delta 121 Heavy.
No, it's still saying you're a different type of airplane right now, but generally it fixes itself once you get airborne, so.
Okay.
Delta 1260, turn left heading 280, 130 left, clear for takeoff.
Heading 280, 30 left, clear take off, Delta 1260.
Oscar 9341, map start, 30 left, line up away, traffic 6 out, or 10 out to CRJ. Gas 485, map start, traffic be a heavy A350 in position, caution, wake turbulence, wind 31014, gust 20, runway 30 left, clear line. Alaska 9341, one departure behind you, that heavy, turn left heading 280, and it's reach your left, clear for takeoff. 121 heavy, turn left, reach your left, line of way, Delta 1260, turn left heading 260, contact departure ship.
260 heading to departure, Delta 1260, bye.
Delta 121 Heavy, turn right heading 360, runway 30 left, clear for takeoff. 360,
All right, well, there we go. Chester back on his way to O'Hare, and now it is Delta 121 Heavy. It'll be departing with the A350 for Tokyo, Haneda. Pennsy Plains, good to see you today. Happy Wednesday. Glad you could tune in.
Delta 121 Heavy, got any squawk code for you?
Lynn Thorson says, good afternoon, Alex from Owatonna.
615, Delta 20.
Great train ride. All right. Great to see you today, Lynn.
$20.19, me up, sir, 30 left, line up and like.
Right away, 30 left at 2819.
Delta 121 Heavy, you've got it fixed now, contact departure ship.
Good day, Delta 121 Heavy.
Skywest 45, turn right at Delta, start towards gate, contact Alpha Hunter.
Alright, right on Delta. Ground Delta, 312 Heavy, ready to taxi. Right on Delta,
Skywest 4085, and Empress Ground 50 Delta Papa, and monitor ground point
312 Heavy. That's off to Honolulu. Well, if that's the case, they are uber late.
312 Heavy, ready to taxi.
That's 312 Heavy, Minneapolis Ground 50 Alpha.
Alpha, 30 left.
I think that might be them over there. Boy, I'll tell you what, we're getting some bonuses here on a Wednesday. So there we go. We got Delta 312 Heavy.
Delta 490, turn left heading 280, visual left, cleared for takeoff.
Left 280, 30 left, cleared for takeoff, Southwest 1290.
Delta 2819, turn left heading 260.
All right, Southwest is ready to rock and rumble.
260 over departure, we'll see you, Delta 2819.
But Delta 312 Heavy, this departure is uber late. Does anyone have any guesses as to what the scheduled departure time typically is? I know what it is. So if any one of you guys guessed if it was during the 10 o'clock hour, you'd be correct. That would have been this morning.
Now, can you pass on for 312 Heavy?
So 312 Heavy, finally getting out of the Twin Cities.
Delta 490, turn left heading 260, contact departure ship.
Left 260, departure, Southwest 1290.
Upgrade denied again. Great to see you today. It says the Pineapple Express is late today. Yes, it is.
Sun Country 9021, runway 170 ice pad. You can proceed up to spot 88, and then it'll be Sierra Kilo across runway 4.
So also going on in the background today, we've got some water hose testing, I think. Look at that. So if you're just tuning in, welcome to Minneapolis St. Paul International Airport for live plane spotting on MSP Live. We have a lot of fun here at MSP, here in the good old Twin Cities. It's action-packed today. We have a direct north flow with all arrivals and departures, so that basically means that we'll be sticking to the parallels. And we will have departures and arrivals pretty closely spaced together, adding to today's plane spotting excitement.
312 Heavy, ma'am, sir, 312,
Whoa.
line up, Fenway. Oh, 312 Heavy, ma'am, sir, you all set?
Wind is starting to pick up just a little bit here.
Tower 126.7.
312 Heavy, ma'am, sir, 312 left, line up, wait.
Land from away 30 left, Delta 312 Heavy.
Delta 1047, turn right, start towards your gate, contact ground point, enter, yep.
That's aircraft 19, Delta 747, good day. Other aircraft, Delta 1047 is off on Delta and Fox 10.
Delta 1047 up, down, touch the Alpha.
Yeah, Alpha Delta 1047.
All right. Well, now, next up, we have the Pineapple Express. That'll be departing to Honolulu. Delta 312 Heavy is late, but finally is getting out of the Twin Cities.
Endeavor 4913, me up there, caution brake to run, start at heavy air bus, turn left heading 280, on the usual left, clear for takeoff.
Well, there you go, everybody. If you needed some proof that it's a bit of a gusty day today, there you go. Tell you what, it's a little bit breezier than I think our last program on Monday, where we had a ton of fun. All right, so I think the MAC Fire Department is testing one of the spray nozzles on its trucks. There we go. How about that?
I'm not sure if that was you trying to call Iceman, but that was on ground.
Ferdinand 13, turn left heading 260, connect departure soon.
260 for departure for United.
Delta 163 Heavy is now on the downwind for final approach to runway 30 left. So we have more A330 action coming your way on MSP Airport Live. Things are starting to ramp up to be an action-packed day here on this Wednesday. And Wednesdays here at MSP are typically
Sun Country
on the busier
3027,
end.
runway 30 left, activity Lima, November, cross runway 35, and then be Sierra, Mike, Whiskey.
Alright, taxi 30 left via Lima, November, cross runway 35.
Yeah, so get a load of that here. I'm also going to zoom out here and show that we don't just have the fire truck testing one of its spray nozzles on the top.
30 right, activity Delta Papa.
30 right, Delta Papa, 2594.
Oh, we just got Swissported again. Look at that. Got some hydrant testing going on there, I guess. Kind of that time of year, getting the lines cleared out. I don't know.
Now you got to make sure your equipment is functioning properly and at the ready.
Very important.
Well, you know, we got a mixture of different things today, Logan. We got the water testing going on over there
Tons of fun stuff.
next to the Terminal 2 fire station. And then, of course, we had the de-icing earlier for our Alaska 737 that we saw depart back to O'Hare earlier. That aircraft departed last night for O'Hare, but diverted here due to inclement weather.
Yes, it did. It's got a nice screaming 350 too. How wonderful.
Yeah, had some pretty good growl to it as well.
Yeah, nice high pitch. Probably high flex or togue, I think. The truck stopped. Hydrant's still going.
Yeah, one of them's still going over there. We'll see if they're done testing the truck. I think they were probably like, okay, I think we're good.
They're just in between. They've been going at it for
Maybe.
like a good, what, half an hour or something?
Okay.
Yeah.
So I guess we'll have to keep our eyes peeled to see if they do it again.
Or just say there's another 330 coming. I think it was on the
25,
down.
That's correct. Delta
Right.
163 Heavy
63.
is on the downwind.
Alright, go back ground point 8, 2594.
And hello, everybody. Welcome to the broadcast booth. I'm Alex. It's Logan. Wonderful day for spotting, despite the fact it's a little bit on the chillier end here. We're approaching 40 degrees Fahrenheit, but you know what we'll take today?
Sun's out.
Yeah, and you
Fine
know
with
what?
me. Yeah.
Especially for what's to come later in the week. I'm not looking forward to it at all. Ugh. Old man winter
we
is
aren't
going to have his
escaping it
revenge
just
here
yet.
for at least a few days before
Well-
spring will take back control of our climate up here
It's
in
a
the North
vicious
Star
back
State.
and forth. Like, yeah. Eventually.
Yeah.
Eventually it'll be spring. At some point, we can see that 330 turning base now. Pretty close to the field, actually.
It would be too small for a camera to pick up, but I know that, Logan, you just got new contacts.
Did.
So you're able to see pretty much just about everything. I don't think I can
if
see
I can
it.
see that, it's just right over there by B-side. Just barely over the fence.
Oh, yep, I see it.
Yeah.
But again, the camera can't pick it up. We'll
It
wait till
probably
it gets a little bit closer until we
You'll
get
see
to
it
it.
turn final. Actually, I'm curious. How close are they to the field right now? Well, I suppose the arrival bank's kind of slow right now, so they can make an earlier turn. They're over... Yeah, right before Cottage Grove. Making a nice tight pattern. Wow.
All right, Gordon Wold actually I think is providing some insight here. Using the pumps keeps the seals from drying out and leaking.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
Yeah, I figured it was something of that variety of just upkeep and making sure that
Yeah.
everything
It's
is
that time of year.
functioning properly, or just done as a preventative thing. And again, as Gordon pointed
There's
out,
that 330.
yeah. Hello, Gordon. Happy Wednesday. Great to see you today.
13, runway 30 left, clear to land.
We'll be down in just a few minutes. We're turning final now. We got Prime on mic right here. Don't know if we'll be able to snag it quick enough.
Yeah, Don Rumsey. Hello, welcome. So great to see you today.
Maybe we'll get the 747 on that same taxiway later today. Hopefully. I don't think I've seen one on Mike all winter.
I can't say that I have either.
Yeah, it's been a while. Long enough that I have to actually think about the last time.
So that's the other thing, everybody. So we are going to get a 747 tonight, a 747-400 Boeing converted freighter, which means that we'll have the extended upper deck on this one. We got the big top coming.
Looks just like the passenger one, but there's no windows. Minus the ones that are actually necessary. No passenger windows. They're all covered up.
Also, Delta 9er Heavy is not too far away, and I know that
Yeah, they're getting pretty close, huh?
we actually had a request. So, Logan, did you say it was the captain or first officer that
You know,
requested?
It was whoever was landing, which is why it mattered. So let me go check. They posted on the spotters group, like, hey, if anybody can get pictures or video.
Well, hey, guess what? We'll do you one better. You can catch your arrival live right here on MSP Airport Live.
And you'll do the internal recording too, just in case he wants it.
Oh yeah,
Figure one out.
yep. We always record the master output from our streams.
Yeah, it's just one of the pilots. He didn't say if he was the
Ground, hello, Charlie Golf, Golf Victor India, signature information X-ray ready for taxi.
And you know, probably
Charlie
didn't
Golf,
want to
Victor India,
disclose, but that's
uptown.
okay.
Runway 30 right, taxi via Whiskey, Whiskey 7, hold short, runway 30 left. Whiskey, Whiskey 7, hold short, 30 left.
So Delta 9er Heavy, by the way, is 11 minutes out.
Oh,
Delta 163 Heavy is next in line to land on the south parallel runway here at MSP Airport.
We get so many of them. We'll actually lose one to an A350 here at the end of the month. One of the afternoon Amsterdam flights changes to a 350, which I really wish it did in the winter. That would have been kind of cool. That's okay. Hey, do you know if we're getting Detroit 350s this summer?
That's a good question, actually. You know what?
I haven't seen. I'll have to go look.
So when we get done today, I think that's something that we should go home and do.
Yeah.
Is to see if we actually will get domestic daily A350 movements between here and Detroit.
I'd much prefer like Phoenix in the winter or something. That'd be great. But they only did that the one season.
Yeah,
Didn't work out too well because they would be like full going out to Phoenix, like empty coming back because like who wants to fly to Minneapolis? In the
They're
winter, so.
turning the corner from
Well, I think
Charlie
the other thing
to,
too is that when they were flying
Alpha.
back from Phoenix, wasn't that a red eye?
Yes, very much a red eye, and it was pretty much
Yeah.
always empty or very, very close to it. Anyways, here's that 330 coming in.
Just join Bravo short of Alpha 2. You can just
All right,
do it there if
everybody,
you want.
Delta 163 Heavy has arrived.
In spite of the headwind on the runway today, they have all been rolling pretty
Call the
long.
tower on 126.7 when you're ready to go.
Gulfstream photo bomb there too. He's so gonna block the touchdowns. Get blocked.
Charlie, Golf, Golf, Victor, India, monitor the tower now 126.7. 267, monitor Charlie.
It's an interesting twofer. Where is he taxiing to? North side, I guess?
Charlie Golf Golf Victor India Minneapolis Tower at Whiskey 7 cross runway 30 left turn on Alpha, contact ground on point 9er.
I'm on cross now at Whiskey 7
With 163 heavy turn right runway 4 join Alpha short of Charlie, contact ground point 9er.
Alpha short of Charlie, point 9, Delta 163.
I say they're all rolling long and then that one goes off on 4.
India is back with you, turn here on Alpha.
So we just need the 747 to float down the runway
Charlie,
just
Delta,
enough.
Victor, India, Roger, turn left on Alpha, then taxi
And they'll go off
up
on
runway
9, 'cause usually
4
they
to
can
Papa
make
for 30 right.
runway 4
Alpha,
or even
and then up
Charlie
runway
sometimes.
4 for Papa for Charlie.
But it's a good thing it's the
30
400 though. The
one,
dash
Jeff,
sheet is
have
too
full
big for
position, runway
taxiway
30
bikes,
left.
they will never use
Clear
it.
land. Please go left, clear land, Delta 2666. Say Delta 163.6. And Gulf Victor India, slight change. Join the inner taxi, which is Bravo, and then upper runway 4 to Papa. Bravo, then runway 4 up to Papa for Charlie.
This Gulfstream that crossed over is going to meet that 330 here in just a moment.
And the Delta in front of Charlie Victor India wings, correct? Charlie Victor India, nope, I want you to join Bravo right now to get out of the way. Bravo, upper runway 4 to Papa. Oh, okay, now we got you. Make the hard right here and get on the Bravo.
They're making the 330 wait for him. Goodness.
Ground American 2306 is ready to taxi with...
All right, let's shift to our
American
next
2306,
arrival
runway
on
30
runway 30 left. Sun Country is coming in.
The Tide Pod.
Country 3027, Minneapolis Tower 1310 at 10, traffic 228 mile final, runway 30 left line up point. 30 left line up point.
Okay, right turn now on Delta for Charlie. Today 4925, give way to the American at Charlie 6. Delta 1036, Minneapolis ground, switch crew, climb 30 left.
Switch crew for 30 left, Delta 1036.
American 2306, that our CRJ off the right, waits for you.
Okay, they're giving away American 2306.
Delta towards game, ground point 9, 12.
Oh, that must be Delta 9.
21 with you for 30 left.
For the wind stops.
21, Minneapolis Tower 1310 at 10.
Yeah, we got
hold
Prime
position,
about to
runway
take
30
off
left
as
to the
well.
land.
30 left, Delta 1621.
These are always a wild card.
Country
as to how
3027,
long
left heading
they'll roll
280,
down the
runway
runway.
30
They're
left,
either like
clear for
really,
takeoff.
really light or super heavy. Like no in between with these ones.
Tower 4028, Minneapolis Tower 1300 at 11, traffic 220, approaching a 5 mile final, runway 30 left line up point.
Where's that one going? What, Cincinnati or where? The Prime one?
Let me go ahead and pull up flight radar here. Just
Take a
give
look.
you a verification.
Probably
So
says-
that aircraft is indeed embarking on its trip to Cincinnati. So you would be correct
figure.
in your hunch, Logan, that it is going to CVG.
CVG. The host of a British Airways 777 diversion last night. Another one trying to get to Chicago. Looks like it's a regular roll today.
4828, turn left heading 280, runway 30 left, clear for takeoff.
So they've got some boxes.
Right heading left, 280, clear for takeoff, 30 left.
Sweet.
2924, Minneapolis Tower, wind 290 at 13, gust 18, runway 30 left to the land.
So there goes our Prime Air 737 to Cincinnati. Oh, I think I have our first Gerald sighting of the year, and Gerald's gone.
Oh, he's gone.
American 2306, just hold
Escape.
off short of taxi Alpha 7 for now.
Hold short of Alpha 7 for traffic American 2306.
Gerald was the name given to our little gopher friends that populate the viewing area and the surrounding parts of the airfield.
I thought they were the 13 line ground squirrels. Weren't they?
Oh yeah, you might be right.
Yeah.
So Gerald is officially out.
4028, turn left heading 260, advise
Squeaking and
37,
scuttling
2 miles,
around.
and
As soon as it's warm out, I guess it's kind of hit that point. Spring is here.
260 on the heading, and the 73's inside SkyWest,
Quite
4028.
chilly
4028, maintain visual separation, contact departure.
Departure will maintain visual separation with the 73 SkyWest 4028. Good day.
30 left, Alpha.
American 2306, continue taxi via Alpha. You'll
Hannah
be following
Shelton
that
says,
737 down
how's it
field
going,
Alpha
everyone?
14.
It's going great. Great to see you today, Hannah.
Looking for the 737, American 2306.
2656, turn right, Delta, contact ground point 9, traffic 2 behind you.
Right turn Delta, point 9, Delta 2656. Ground Delta 2656, turning on to Delta, parking Charlie 6. Delta 2656, Minneapolis, contact via Delta Papa, monitor point 8. Delta Papa, monitor point 8, Delta 2656.
Number 5022, roger, taxi via Bravo Alpha 1, you'll sequence behind it, Delta 73. American 2306, you'll be behind the CRJ from Bravo.
All right, now arriving on the south parallel, Delta Flight 1621
turn in at Charlie
from the Big Easy, New Orleans, Louisiana.
American 2306. 2306. American 2306 behind the CRJ at the end, go to Tower 126.7.
Behind the CRJ, the view tower. Do you want us moving over to Bravo or staying on Alpha?
American 2306, no, just give way to the CRJ at the very end. You can stay on Alpha and go to Tower now 126.7.
We're going over to Tower, giving way to the CRJ, American 2306.
Super Duck 6, Minneapolis, proceed via Delta, hold short of runway 30 left. He's left via Alpha 1, the 73, wait.
So we got an A321 coming in from New Orleans.
21, turn right, Delta, contact ground point 9.
All right.
1621. Clear him 30 left, going to Gulf 17.
Delta 1621, Minneapolis ground, leave Gulf 17, taxi Alpha to the gate.
Alpha to the gate, Delta 1621.
Sun Country 9020 on runway 30 right, taxi via Zulu, Whiskey Mike. Hold short of runway 30 left.
30 right via Zulu, Whiskey Mike, short of 30 left, Sun Country 9020.
All right, behind our arrival from New Orleans, Delta 2924 from Salt Lake City.
Wait, you're ready to go.
Delta 36, cruising for any sequence.
1036, roger. Hold short of runway 30 left. Correction 320 at 7, gust 18. 2924, turn right at Charlie, contact ground on point 9.
Charlie, ground point 9, have a good one, Delta 2924. Minneapolis Tower, good afternoon, Delta 9er Heavy is visual 30 left.
Number 5022, 1320 at 7, gust 18, turn left heading 280, runway 30 left, clear for takeoff, traffic approaching 2. Delta 9er Heavy, Minneapolis Tower 1320 at 7, gust 18, traffic hold in position, runway 30 left, clear to land.
Clear to land, 30 left, Delta 9er Heavy.
All right, Delta 9er Heavy. Cleared to land on runway 30 left.
Sun Country 9020, monitor the tower now 126.7.
126.7, Sun Country 921, thank you.
Thank you. Minneapolis Tower 130012, gust 18, traffic heavy A330, 5 mile final, runway 30 left, line up and wait, traffic may cross downfield.
30 left, 1 full, Delta 36.
5022, turn left heading 260, contact departure.
0 departure.
stream 5, Whiskey Papa, turn left at Whiskey 5, straight into signature, monitor .9er, see ya. Super Duck 6, Minneapolis Tower at Delta, cross runway 30 left, traffic holds in position, continue Delta Papa, monitor ground .9er.
Clear to cross 30 left, Delta Papa, .9 to the other side, Super 6.
Sun Country 9021, Minneapolis Tower, Mike, cross runway 30 left, continue Mike Papa, monitor ground on .9er.
Alright, Mike, cross 30 left, Mike Papa, monitor ground .9er, Sun Country 921.
All right, Delta Niner Heavy's getting closer. Right, and there it is.
Final wind 290.11, gust 18, turn left heading 280, runway 30 left, clear for takeoff.
Delta Niner Heavy
Left heading 280, Delta 36.
arriving from London Heathrow.
Papa, morning.
Delta 2284, taxi.
Delta 2284, runway 30 left, taxi via Alpha.
Alpha 30 left, Delta 2284.
Sun Country 9021.
921 with you.
Sun Country 9021, taxi Mike Papa, cross runway 4, monitor ground .8.
Mike Papa, cross runway 4, monitor ground .8, 921 with you.
Second 2306, Minneapolis Tower, wind 30011, gust 18, traffic 75, 8 mile final, runway 30 left, line up and wait. 1036, turn left heading 260, contact departure.
Left 260, departure to 1036, good day.
Tower Delta 2825, visual 30 left.
2825, Minneapolis Tower, wind 31013, gust 18, traffic holds in position, caution wake turbulence for heavy A330, arriving prior to you, runway 30 left, clear to land.
30 left, clear to land, Delta 2825.
Delta Niner Heavy, turn right at Delta, join Alpha, contact ground .9er.
Delta join Alpha ground .9er, Delta 9er, heavy, good day. Minneapolis ground, Delta 9er heavy joining Delta Alpha for Golf 3.
Delta Niner Heavy, Minneapolis contact via Alpha to the gate.
Alpha the gate, Delta 9er heavy.
And 2306, turn left heading 280, runway 20 left, clear for takeoff.
280, heading 30 left, clear for takeoff, American 2306.
Number 4925, Minneapolis Tower, traffic 75, 5 mile final, runway 20 left, line up and wait. Twenty 2306, turn left heading 260, contact departure.
260 on departure, American 2306.
4925, turn left heading 260. Advise the Airbus climbing out of 3,202 miles in sight.
260 heading bus in sight, November 4925.
Number 4925, maintain visual separation between you and the Airbus. Contact departure.
Maintain visual with the bus, going departure, November 4925.
Delta 2284, Minneapolis Tower, wind 31015, gust 19, runway 30 left, 1 up away.
Left away 30 left, Delta 2284.
.25, turn right at Delta, contact ground point 9er.
Right at Delta, open ground, 2825. Ground Delta 2825, clearing 30 left at Delta, we're going to Fox 6.
2025, Mouse Ground Taxi at Bravo to the gate.
Bravo to the gate, 2825.
1214, runway 30 left, next to the Alpha. .2284, turn left heading 260, contact departure.
60 departure, Delta 4284.
So if some of you guys are wondering where I went,
For 30 Rad Alaska, 387.
I decided to mute my mic because the wind is blowing right into it and it's hard to kind of mitigate that at the moment. We're having gusts right around 20 miles an hour, or 20 knots rather. Sustained winds right now at the last aerodrome weather report. We're clocking in at around 11 knots. Sustained winds. So it's a bit gusty out there today. So I have a feeling just because it's windier and I don't want to have a worse audio quality just with hearing all the wind noise and whatnot, which can be distracting. It's probably going to be one of those shows where I don't talk too much. But of course, when I'm at the broadcast booth, though, I will certainly check in. Michael Thomas 720 says, hello, Freds. Big winds tomorrow, blizzard this weekend. Greetings from Rochester, Minnesota. I will be working during that time. And I have to be working a fair bit due to something huge that'll be coming up in the beginning of May with regard to plane spotting on the channel. Stay tuned. So we're going to have a humongous announcement that will be breaking soon. And it's going to be tremendously exciting. So there you go. So if you're just tuning in, welcome to Minneapolis St. Paul International. Alex Redding with you today. Our Fred Logan Justice is inside the car right now. Getting warmed up a little bit. It's chilly out here today, 39 degrees. Hear the birds chirping out. Excellent. Well, it lets you know that spring is almost here. Meteorological winter is over, but the official start of spring is a little ways out. So we're not quite out of the woods just yet. As we'll take a look here at our 6-day weather forecast. Well, I'll tell you what, Monday and Tuesday are going to be absolutely brutal, as you can see on the screen. Philip, PLM Aviation, check it in. It's one of our live plane spotting friends from across the way in Europe. Great to see you, Philip. I know that Munich, where you usually stream from, has been a beehive of activity. There have been a couple of nights where I've been up late. You've just gotten on air watching some of the Munich plane spotting. Really cool to see all of the Lufthansa 100-year liveries in circulation now.
1025, traffic 73, 8 mile final, short delay still.
So Philip says, hello everyone watching from Germany. I hope everyone is doing well. Hope you're doing well in addition to that, Philip. Michael Thomas is high wind watch. Yeah, it's supposed to get pretty gnarly. Not today, but later this week, we're expected to get winds that are far more intense up here.
Alaska 387, runway 30 right, taxi via Delta Papa.
30 right, Delta Papa, Alaska 387.
There's one of our Mack fire trucks on the move.
So 1025, come up heading 280.
So I know that we had somebody that asked about where are the big jets. Well, we just had a bunch of 330s coming in. We're going to have a 747-400 converted freighter coming in tonight from Louisville, Kentucky, as UPS will be sending us what we like to call the big top 747. So that ought to be really nice. Now, I really like it when UPS sends the 747-400s as opposed to the 747-8s, because the 747s actually can and have in the past used taxiway Mike, which is 300 feet away from where we are at the viewing area. It's super close. Philip says, yeah, Munich is having really nice traffic, and in April they will start the ops on the Terminal 1 extension, new pier. Very excited. Yeah, it's an exciting time to be out there in Munich.
Ground Sun Country 387, ready taxi.
Well, here in the Twin Cities, we're excited because at the end of March we get KLM back in tri-weekly service from AMS, and then in April we are going to get hopefully the return of Discover. Dear France, I think. I have to double check the dates here.
Good afternoon, 2574 visual 30.
But things are starting to get
Final Boeing 737, wind at 30013, gust 1
a little bit busier
Cleared land.
around here. Then, of course, don't forget we have the early Amsterdam flights that will start seeing daily service from a 330 to an A350. So that route will get upgauged in equipment selection. And then we'll also have our Copenhagen and Rome seasonal services starting up shortly. Both of those flights will be with a 330. Gordon, I did see the Lufthansa Centennial livery 747. What a livery that is. I kind of didn't like it when I saw the initial renderings of it because I thought it looked too busy, but you know, after watching PLM Aviation out in Munich and seeing that livery, you know, in front of cameras, and also watching our friends out in LA flights live,
Minneapolis ground, southwest.
I did a 180.
3213 is on Charlie.
I think it's the best Centennial livery out there. And I love that Lufthansa is trying to get that livery on as many of its jets as they possibly can. So yeah, it's Southwest headed to Terminal 2, and Sun Country making its way out.
Your left via Quebec, Charlie Alpha. Charlie Alpha.
All right, so we have a new membership that we want to celebrate. All right, Rosie B318. Welcome to Economy. Thanks so much for becoming an MSP Airport Live member.
Traffic will hold in position. Wind at 32012, gust 20. Runway 30 left. Clear plan.
Clear plan. 30 left, honey.
Minor code says anything cool coming in at MSP. Well, the big top 747, we just talked about that. That should be around the 5 o'clock hour, but of course we'll also have our A330s. Those are also interesting too, so don't go anywhere.
1531 wheels up for O'Hare.
Okay, so Philip says with the T1 extension in Munich, Delta may consider the route to Munich. I hope so. You know, personally, I would like to see a nonstop from Minneapolis to Munich because there already is. I believe there's a nonstop from Detroit to Munich. I know there's one nonstop from Detroit to Frankfurt. That I might be confusing the two there. Okay, so Trevor the Aviator,
High traffic off the parallel.
one of our awesome mods. Hey, Trevor. Says we got a high wind watch today, and then a potential snowstorm this weekend. Crazy weather, and if so, would be a late one. So, like, later in the day. Yeah, especially into Sunday, and I have to drive into work. I'm not looking forward to that. Let me just tell you.
Delta ground point, I think.
Delta 2658. Traffic is on a 2-mile final. Flight 305, runway 30 left.
So Philip also says, as far as I know, Lufthansa will paint the first A350-1000 in the Centennial livery, and next year, 4 A350s of Lefty's fleet will join Discover's fleet, which flies to MSP. So I know, Philip, you were talking about that earlier, I think when I hopped on one of your live shows, that you were mentioning that. That's super exciting news that Discover is going to eventually get those 350s.
3014, ghost 19er, runway 30 left, cleared to land.
Left, there's a land.
Sun Country 387, Minneapolis tower traffic 4 miles final, road 30 left, no line of away. Okay, 1 line of away, 387. That was 3989 Minneapolis tower traffic is holding in position, wind at 33014, thus 19er, runway 30 right, clear to land.
Sorry if the camera is a little bit jittery. It's windy.
Bravo, short of Alpha 1 for your time.
We have a high wind watch. Apparently that's in effect for today.
Bravo, short of Alpha 1. 1531, you can monitor tower 126.7. Have a good day. Skywest 4170 Minneapolis. Now, would you like 30 right? Run 30 right, taxi via Papa. Let me know when you're all set.
Heading 280, runway 30 left, clear for takeoff, traffic 2 miles final. Heading 280, runway 30 left, clear for takeoff, country 387.
All right, so American arriving with the 737 MAX 8. I kind of like that we're getting American 737 MAX 8s here. It doesn't seem that we have them in here too often.
I think we'll go to 30 left, we're told on 7643.
I'm sorry, misspoke. 30 left, yeah.
J-Ro Rita Rodriguez. Good afternoon. Happy Wednesday. So great to see you in here, my friend.
Skywest 4270, runway 30 right, taxi via Quebec, join Papa, Papa 2.
Alaska 387, flighting 305, contact departure.
Skywest 4270, you'll be number 1 for departure at the end, tower 2395.
0013, gust 19er, runway 30 right, quick land, traffic holds in position. Sun Country 387, turn left heading 260, contact departure. 260 over departure.
All right, we've got some big call-outs to get to here. Super. All right, so we're going to get to one of our super chats here. Amos Hovershoe says, hi from Ernie, Cedar Falls, Iowa. Thanks so much for the $5 super chat. So great that you could tune in today.
937, turn left at the next taxi via Whiskey into Signature, monitor ground on point 9er.
It's been a little while since I've been down to Iowa. It's not as bland as people think. There's certainly some scenic parts of that state that I think that are worth checking out.
643, Roger, turn right, heading 305, runway 30 left.
And also Philip, hey, thanks so much for becoming an MSP Live member. Appreciate you, buddy. Look at that, Philip, PLM Aviation. Welcome to economy class. So great to have you on board. Well, I'll tell you what. These memberships, even if it's just the basic economy, which is $3 a month, that gets you the interactive stream experience for MSP Live and just general channel support. We're going to need it based on what we are about to announce. It was confirmed as of this morning, but that is something where I would like to bring Logan back on the headset for, if we decide to make that announcement today. So we're going to be embarking on something really cool with the channel. And it's going to be a little bit of an undertaking, but we're excited to do it. It's a big step forward for us.
305, runway 30 left, clear for takeoff. Thanks, 643, 305 on the heading, 30 left, clear for takeoff.
Thanks so much, Gordon, for the kudos. Says thanks to all who have subscribed. I will echo that. Mr. Gordon Wall. Today, MSP Airport Live passed 12,800 subscribers. Yeah, and if you enjoy what you see today, be sure to smash that like button. If you haven't already done it, helps the channel out. That's the easiest way to support us here at MSP Live. And also, if you want more great, fantastic plane spotting vistas like this, hit that subscribe button so you don't miss a live show. And we have a lot of fun every time that we go live from here.
Minneapolis ground, joint taxiway, Quebec.
Delta 643, flight 305, contact departure. Heading 305, with departure Delta 643. That was 4270 Minneapolis Tower, runway 30 right, line of away, traffic 7 miles final.
All right. Hey, Rich, thanks for the heads up. Now, if you're comfortable with sharing what that flight number is, I can keep an eye on it here, and I can look at it and see
wind to 31015, gust 23, traffic is holding in position.
where that's
clear to land.
headed to today.
717, turn off, contact ground point 9er.
4314, Minneapolis ground, 30 right, taxi via Papa.
Right heading 340, runway 30 right, clear for takeoff.
What's your gate?
All right, I think... Now, Rich, you'll have to confirm this for me here, but I think that this might be your daughter's flight departing from MSP here. So we're looking towards 30 right.
4314, Minneapolis ground, 30 right, taxi via Papa, the boss waits.
That was 4178, turn left heading 260, runway 30 right, clear for takeoff. This 182 Juliet Minneapolis Tower, traffic 4 miles final, runway 30 right, line of away.
Jet speed 134, Minneapolis ground, 30 left, taxi via Whiskey at Zulu.
Right heading 340, contact departure.
Go straight on 44 minutes, ground, push back to approved, you can have 30 right.
So, Rich, our UPS 747, which, by the way, will be a Dash 400 with the big top, since it's a converted freighter today, will be en route from Louisville soon, if not already in the air. Mr. Logan Justice, do we know the whereabouts of our big top 747-400 today?
Yeah, I just checked. They're taxiing out for departure right now. This should be
Alright,
here right
there we
around
go.
5. And they'll get in a few minutes earlier than they would, just because they have the nice and easy straight shot into 30 left versus having to take the big downwind over to 12 right.
I believe you said the north.
Oh, that's super nice.
But they're right on time right now, so which is nice.
Well, that's what we want to hear, right?
Yeah, I just want them to roll down to Mike. That's what I really, really want.
78, 260, contact departure.
Happy to have one here regardless, but I could use a dose of Mike.
Thanks.
I think it's been a little while since we've had the 747 on taxiway, Mike. We've never caught a UPS 747-400 on taxiway, Mike.
No way. There's no way.
Yeah.
What?
I went back and looked.
Whatever. No way. That's crazy.
Well, hey.
Wow. Well, I mean, hey, maybe we'll get it today.
We could get it, yeah. So, Rich, I think the flight number is different than what you were looking up, because I think it's 2568 today.
Yeah, 2568.
Yep, so 2568 is the flight number. 5568, I don't think that's the right one.
I forget what day of the week that was.
Yeah, so it's 2568 heavy.
Might be one of the weekend ones.
4314 Minneapolis.
So you get them every day in some aspect.
Yeah, UPS will sort of mix the flight numbers up from time to time.
Circling 5, and you're going to continue northbound.
30 right. Sector 107, reach your left, taxi via Delta Whiskey.
Oh, I got a tiny bit chilly. That wind ain't going away.
That was 4314, turn right heading 340, runway 30 right, clear for takeoff.
So Michael Larson says 5568 is the A300, which will be here today as well. That's the other thing. So we won't just have one, but we'll have multiple UPS heavies. We'll get a double dose.
A double dose. The A300, I will say, is such an underrated.
It's an underappreciated airframe. Everyone just kind of looks beyond it, but
myself included. I end up glossing over it a whole bunch, but it's really
the A300. I mean, hey, it's the original Airbus. The aircraft is starting to age a little bit in these different fleets, like for UPS and even the FedEx ones that are in circulation are starting to get up there in age. And
I forget if they have the same engines as the Pratt and Whitney MD-11s.
I want to say that they're the CF680 from General Electric.
Are they? I know. So some of them have Pratts.
Okay.
I think. Someone will have to correct me if I'm wrong. I forget exactly which one it is.
There you go. There's our next assignment for our live chat.
Because I know the MD can have Pratts or GEs, but I forget what the A300 has. I know all the UPS 400s, though. The 747s, those are all GE.
5, traffic level factor on course approved, and frequency change is approved. Have a good day.
Also coming up on the broadcast, we'll have FedEx 798 heavy as well. Because daylight savings was this past Sunday, which means that we get an extra hour automatically of daylight than what we usually get running on standard time. And now that we're on daylight time, we're going to have much longer shows later in the day, I think.
Set as late as about 9 p.m. Which is epic in the summer because we get everything in the evening on all the internationals. I cannot wait.
It's nonstop. And then you throw in our seasonal carriers that operate in and out of MSP during the summertime, Air France, Discover, KLM, etc. It just adds to the busyness around here. And of course, we get more heavies.
Yeah, a lot more. Ford Air France's 777s.
You can be wheels off at 53, so hold tight there. I'm moving in a couple minutes. Go to 29. Sun Country 102, Minneapolis ground, taxi via Charlie, and then Sierra
taxiing out now. Actually, I think that's what we just had in frame. At least I thought it was the 900.
Sun Country 102 ground, yeah.
We just have like
Sun Country has quite a few of the 900 ERs now.
How many?
Fully adopted. I think, and this would actually be a good question for Micah or Daniel in our live chat, a couple of our moderators.
No, it's single digits.
Yeah, it's still single digits, but yeah, the number is steadily increasing.
Sun Country 102.
A little spooky too.
Sun Country 102, there you are. Taxi via Charlie, Sierra Delta.
Charlie, Sierra Delta.
Yeah, they went right over us. They wasted no time on the ascent into the clear blue skies above Minneapolis, St. Paul. If you're just tuning in, welcome to Minneapolis, St. Paul International from the great state of Minnesota. Alex Redding, Logan Justice with you today. And I'll tell you what, as of this morning,
Flight 732 Minneapolis Tower. It's just
The
gonna
deal's
be a
been
few
sealed,
minutes
Logan,
rest
on
your
a
heating
pretty
time
big
up for
undertaking that
6
we're
has.
about to
We'll
embark
set the
on.
I keep getting closer to spilling beans, which drew me out of the car.
Do we want to spill the beans?
Yeah, why not? It's going to happen in a post eventually. We're going to Los Angeles.
Well, you heard it here, folks, everybody. So I'm going to press the announcement button here.
Drop it.
All right, important alert. So we are...
Going to LA.
Yeah, that's right. We are going... It is now
LAX.
official. As of this morning. We will be Los Angeles bound starting in the beginning of May. So we will arrive on the evening of May 5th. We'll have 3 days of live shows, 6th, 7th, and 8th of May. And then we will return on May 9th aboard the 757-300.
Yeah.
It's my first time on the 753. And it will also be my first time on the A321neo, which we're taking out on that...
We're getting
is it
the whole
Wednesday or
the whole
Tuesday night?
timetable of Delta narrow bodies. Got the super brand new 321 Neos, and then we're taking the old ones. That'll be cool. I forget if the 753s have the cabins upgraded. But yeah, we're going out to LA to do some streaming. We were taking a look at all of the major metropolitan airports we could stream out of.
Yeah.
And we decided that LA would be the smartest and safest bet for ensuring success on our first, like, I guess you could say, on-the-road stream. But I am confident it's going to be absolutely epic. And you've never been.
I've never been to Los Angeles, but that is going to change. So, all right.
It's going to shock you.
Everybody, listen up. Major breaking news as of this morning. We are going to Los Angeles. We're going to go plane spotting at LAX. It's going to be a fun time. I'll tell you what. So save the date. May 6th through the 8th is when we'll be streaming. So we'll have live shows on all those days. We'll get in on the night of the 5th. And we'll be leaving about around 12:30, 12:45 on the 9th, which is a Saturday. So we will have
Get there
a ton
that
of fun
evening.
out in sunny
Good
Southern
rest.
California.
Yeah.
So yeah, it is
can't wait.
official. We're going to LAX, everybody. And you know, I mentioned when we crossed the 10,000 subscriber threshold that we would consider taking a trip somewhere. Well, alas, that time is now.
You're booked, you're locked in, and you have no idea what you're getting yourself into. You're going to, like, be scrambling to point the camera somewhere because it does not stop at LAX. I've been down there a few times. You just... It's like, oh, there's one there. There's one there. Left, right, everywhere, nonstop. And they're all heavies, too, from airlines you didn't even know existed. So, yeah.
Yeah, and we had a lot of other airports that we were considering just as far as going through that cost-benefit analysis, right, Logan? You take a look at an airport, you look at what's coming in, what's going out, what are the lodging and accommodations like?
Yeah, where we can
staying
actually
there,
stream
where,
from also.
exactly,
The
where the
practicality
locations
factor is what really drove us to do LA first, because we know we can make that work, and if we can make LAX work, we're much better set up for any of the other options, which we have a few that we'll do in the future, but LA is first and foremost.
Yeah, absolutely. And so we are beyond excited to share this information with all of you today that we are going to LAX. So save the dates. May 6th through the 8th is when we'll have our live shows. We will be on the ground on the evening of May 5th.
Yep.
Revenge of the 5th for all you Star Wars fans out there. And then we will be leaving back for Minneapolis, St. Paul on the 9th. That will be a Saturday. So how about that? We're going to start May with some fantastic
It's giving me something to look
vistas
forward
from
to.
somewhere else.
Can't wait. Speaking
So
of,
we're so excited. I'll tell you what.
757s, we got one leaving down to Fort Myers, Florida here in just a minute.
732 flight 340, contact departure.
So there we go, everybody. The cat is out of the bag.
We're doing LAX.
As of March 11th, 2026, MSP Airport Live is going on the road to LA. So we are going live from Los Angeles. And I'll say it again. We're going live on the 6th, 7th, and 8th.
So 3970, turn right heading 340.
So we'll have 3 full days of live shows.
Go 395, actually let's use Papa Charlie Alpha.
So this is also going to serve as our 10,000 subscribers special, because I want to do something for all of our amazing followers and also our members as well. I'm also in need of a vacation. So everything kind of lined up perfectly.
Contact departure.
So everybody that's watching our live show, make sure to get the word out. We are traveling to LAX.
Delta 308, turn left, heading to 80, runway 30 left, clear for takeoff.
Oh no, James, it's horrible to hear. That really sucks when you have a file that gets corrupted when you take an image or a video. James says, I got the 747 yesterday, but my file got corrupted, so I'm coming back today to capture Icelandair and Aer Lingus and the 747. Well, feel free to stop by and say hi.
942 Minneapolis, power wind to 31014, gust 20, runway 30 left, clear to land, traffic hold in position.
Clear to land 30 left, country 942.
Coast 970, turn right, heading 3. Runway heading for your left, clear for takeoff.
Gordon, I wish I could stay for longer, but
5 miles, final runway to your left, so line up away.
Line up away, 30 left, 26 close.
according to our financial ledger, that's all we can afford to do. But 3 full days out at LAX is going to give us enough time to go live at least once, maybe from Clutter's Park. That's on top of Imperial Hill on the south side of LAX in El Segundo. And then we're going to head over to probably the economy ramp to get some arrivals on the north end and possibly Westchester as well.
We'll try to get all the big locations at least once, if not more. Some more than others for sure.
Yeah.
You know, it really cracks me up. You have to be like one of the very, very few people who will somehow have only seen an A380 once here at MSP before anywhere else. Really cracks me up. You reading something?
Yeah, I'm just reading the reactions in our chat. I know you guys are excited for it. Philip says, so May 5th LAX live on MSP Live? Well, it's going to be May 6th through the 8th. 6, 7, 8. Yep. So 5, 5th month of the year, May. 6, 7, 8. So 5, 6, 7 through the 8th.
Take off.
I suppose that's just kind of how it lined up. Now, we wanted to take it maybe a little bit earlier in April, but we were able to get a much better arrangement. First week of May.
Pretty sure the lighting will be a bit more cooperative then, too. Closer to the winter months, the sun is a little bit lower, so if you're on the north side at all, looking south, it's really, really backlit. Easy to forget, though, with the traffic variety, but still. May is a bit more forgiving.
Service 4130 Minneapolis Tower, traffic 5 miles, final. Turn right, heading 3.
You're going to see so many A380s, you're not going to know what to do with yourself.
Yeah, no kidding.
Getting my year's worth of In-N-Out while I'm out there.
I'm excited for the In-N-Out too. Have you ever had it? I love In-N-Out. Yep, I have had In-N-Out before.
Oh, and before anybody asks, no, we won't be able to stream from In-N-Out Burger
Nope.
60 visual separation.
Just because of how
It's kind of a
impractical it
crowded
is to
area
get that
too,
set up.
and
yeah.
I mean, we'll get some video on the sign from there for sure. And I know
yeah.
that we'll be making some pit stops over there to go get some grub, but
If there's somehow a lull in our broadcast, we can do replays from the shots we get from there whenever we make our stops. But otherwise,
yeah, to make the highlight reel or
north
whatever.
side
But yeah,
and south side is what we'll stick to.
Yep. So Logan, you're going to be coming along with, and also I believe John Joseph is going to be joining us too. In addition to that, I also did get the heads up from our crew chat earlier that another one of our plane spotting friends, Harrison Rademacher, our good friend Harrison, who's out in Seattle, he said that he's going to have to, whoa, got a nasty gust of wind that just knocked my sunglasses off of my stepladder. Just about threw me off balance. Yeah, there is a high wind watch, I think is what Trevor said. So it is windy and gusty today. I mean, it's going to be worse tomorrow, but, you know, today is at least on the tolerable end of things.
Yeah, that's not
I mean,
too
it's
bad.
not
Just layer
bad.
up.
It's not bad at all today.
Layer up.
And
Did
you know
all the,
what? I think
Sun Country
go ahead.
anniversary stickers go away? I just noticed I hadn't seen a single one today.
Yeah, I think they started
The
taking
40
them
years of
away
flight or something?
last
I
year
forget.
into this year, maybe, I want to say, but
Yeah, I haven't seen any recently,
yeah.
now that I think of it. Yeah. The white on the back half of the fuselage all of a sudden was sticking out more. I'm like, what is missing? Oh, yeah, the sticker that they put on. Yeah. Anyways.
Ground, Delta 1605, we're being Fox 5, ready to taxi with Zulu.
Delta 1605, runway 30 left, taxi via
So,
Delta.
Gordon, I hope you had your question answered as to who's all going. So, myself, Logan, John Joseph will be
Delta 26,
joining us, and maybe our plane spotting friend Harrison, which he can fly standby as well. So he said, hey, I might have to join you guys for a stream or two out in Los Angeles.
Yeah, totally.
Make a quick day trip down from Seattle. I mean, it's a short hop from Seattle to LA. Right down the Pac Coast.
Yeah, it's a quick flight. Relatively.
Delta 2931, Maps ground. T20 up, Fox 9 is pushing. They're going to stay to the top side for you. Reference them, push period, runway 30 left.
We'll reference that
That wind really picked up.
Trevor says, I do happen to have some friends out there at LAX. If you happen to see them, be sure to say hello. You should tell your friends, Trevor, to say hello to us.
Got pushed in the alley right now.
Delta
22 setting, you can just taxi up right up on the numbers there.
Up those numbers there, 2270.
Looks like Delta's got a 321 Neo pushed back over there.
Got 3733, can taxi, you're on that Airbus.
3733, transition around the Airbus.
So here's our next arrival on the South Parallel.
Got 3733, yep.
398 from Cancun.
Got 3733, that Airbus is not ready, you can taxi, you're on them.
The 321 Neo is the Anchorage flight for the day. That checks out.
Speaking of the A321neo, so I know that I mentioned that on the return flight on May 9th, when you and I and John are going to head back to Minneapolis from our expedition out to LAX, our flight outbound in the late afternoon from MSP is actually going to be the A321neo. So it'll be my first trip aboard Delta's A321neo. It won't be the first time I've stepped on board an A321neo, but my first time flying a Delta one. And I am so excited. But I think the highlight of the trip for me is going to be hitching a ride on the Flying Pencil, the Atari Ferrari, the 757-300. I will finally have the opportunity to do that.
Such a ridiculously fun plane to fly on. That thing moves like nothing else.
Well, and it was perfect timing, too, because when we wanted to return to Minneapolis, we wanted to get back at least around towards the end of dinner time, maybe around 8 or 9 p.m. So we didn't want to
just
get back in too late.
Yeah.
And then, of course, you have to factor in that LA is 2 time zones ahead of us. And we would be going backwards across the time zones.
Or is it the other way around?
You might be right.
Behind 2 hours.
Yep, you're probably right.
Uh-huh.
I'm a little directionally challenged today.
The cold's getting to him, you guys. You stayed out here for
heavy, give way to the
You know what? I think you
7-3
might be
off the
right.
tail, Then push is approved.
All right, give way to the 737.
Yeah, but because LAX is ahead of MSP by about a couple of hours,
Westjet 1531, the ground push approved, runway 3's right.
early afternoon.
we're going to lose a couple of hours on our return trip, so we've got to make sure that we don't leave too late during the day.
No red eyes. No, thank you.
Yeah, but it's about a 3.5-hour flight, give or take, from LA to MSP on the way back. It's not going to be as long as on the way to Los Angeles, because you have to factor in the headwinds. It adds about maybe 30 extra minutes.
Clear to land, traffic on a 6-mile final 73.
It's anything like the one time
turn right
I flew on the pencil from LA. Because I did do it once. We did, I think it was the Orca 5 departure, so you go straight out, I forget which waypoint it is, but it's an immediate left, really, really wide left turn. And then you overfly the field as you hook to the northeast.
And I know that you've done the departure many times out of LA. Especially on the 757. I know at least one time, maybe 2 times. How just much? Okay.
It was the most recent trip I did. It was the pencil there and back. I got the 200 though on the way out, so I got to do both of them, which is kind of cool. Otherwise, it's always been Southwest, but I only do Delta now. So.
Well, tell you what would be the icing on the cake is our 321neo that would take us to Los Angeles would be the Centennial livery A321neo.
The odds aren't great, but we get lucky often enough. Who knows?
So Philip actually asked us what flights are we taking. So on the way out, it's Delta 2122 to LAX.
Delta 1605 from left heading.
And then on the way back, I think it's Delta 914.
That's what I
Okay.
head to, I think, yeah.
Yeah, I want to make sure I'm remembering that correctly. 914,
Something
I
like
think.
that. It's like the 1240 departure.
Alpha.
Oh, yeah.
Charlie 5, Charlie Alpha, Delta 26.
It'll also be interesting to see all of the construction going on at the different areas around the Tom Bradley International Terminal.
Oh, I wonder how much it's changed, too.
Yeah, there are a lot of changes that are happening at LAX, in addition to here.
And Charlie 6, Big E.
It's been a long time.
Yeah, one of our viewers on Monday said that they actually knocked down one of the hangars across the way from the Tom Bradley International
really?
Terminal. Yeah.
Jeez. Well, they've got like new parking ramps, new hotels. I assume a lot of the construction where Delta's all nestled in, because they didn't even have that finished. It's like Southwest, I think, is on the northeast corner, and then Delta's right next to it. And there's like a, not like a jetway necessarily, but like a part of the terminal that just branches off in between. That wasn't finished yet.
Westjet 1531 on right.
Last time I was there.
We got a 330 Neo that is under tow. We got a Prime Air 737 that's about to touch down on the south parallel.
I'm curious how much I'll notice the airlines change too, because it's been long enough that a lot of the fleets have changed a decent amount. I wonder if we'll get any Lufthansa 340s. I forget if they're still flying in there. But that was like way in the summer, so I don't know. Maybe they're not going.
The thing I'm probably most excited for are all the special liveries that LAX seemingly tends to get a lot, especially from Delta.
they get a lot of the newer wide-body fleet. And the special liveries are pretty much all brand new or close to it, so that makes sense.
All right, we're going to get a mic taxi for Prime Air.
These guys are taxiing like they want to fly for Southwest.
Ground, 371, taxi from the alley.
2931 on the 30 left taxi via Delta and Alpha.
Delta and Alpha, 30 left for 29.
United 2232. Continue cross 4 and Charlie to the gate.
Continue cross runway 4, Charlie to the parking. That's 127.
Oh, I look forward to seeing all the A380s again. That's what I'm looking forward to most. And in and out. A380s and in and out. That is the way to do it.
48+1, maps gone.
Oh, that, and speaking of A380s too, Qantas is bringing one in the afternoon.
That's right.
Usually, all the times I've been out there, and I've been out there 3 times, they have brought it in like sunrise in the morning, and that sits around all day and leaves like midnight. But this time, though, it lands like early afternoon. So we get Qantas in broad daylight, which would be really, really, really cool. They still leave late at night, so we won't see them leave, but that'll be cool.
Ground 3622 on Delta for Hotel 8.
3632 maps contact, Delta to the gate.
Be great to get any of the Lufthansa Centennials there too. That would be awesome.
I know our friends out in Los Angeles, Peter and Josh from LA Flights, they captured the Centennial livery 747-8 with First Officer Timo. FO Timo was on board. They did a shine the light. That was really cool.
Nice. That's a really sharp livery too. They made that one work, and it actually looks blue.
You know, the thing that livery has cooking is some exquisite contrast.
Yeah.
And that's the thing that I think sets that livery apart from any other Centennial livery. Now, of course, American and United, come on, really? I mean, that's the best you can do. I mean, I appreciate the decal, but I mean, that's the best you can do.
Just slap 100 on it. You know, just slap 100. That'll work fine. Yeah, everybody's doing that, but Lufthansa made it look good.
Well, there you know.
Like, really good.
3033.
And I appreciate them slapping it on a whole bunch of different aircraft types, too, not just one. They put it on the 400 too, didn't they?
Delta 3.
I think they might have. I think Lufthansa's, they're going nuts with putting that livery on.
As they should.
All sorts of different jets.
Yeah.
Oh, it looks sharp.
And like all the hundreds look the same too, across like all the liveries that are doing it. Which is super annoying. I wish they would try to make them a little unique. Lufthansa gets a pass though for making a real livery.
Sucker 330, 41 on Whiskey, cross runway 4.
On Whiskey, cross runway 4.
You know, it'd be really nice to get Lufthansa's 340. But I forget if they fly in May. No, they're all getting retired real soon too, which sucks.
That would be the 340-600.
Oh, here comes a double. Bam, right there. Nice. That was cool. About got that with the tower too.
There we go. That's our Sun Country WestJet combo.
260 on that East Country 347.
.747 is just under an hour and a half away. They are inbound now.
So Gordon asks us, will you be doing any joint activities with LA Flights? Well,
TBD.
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 Yeah, I will be reaching out to Peter ASAP.
It'd be real funny if you just happen to be watching. Actually, no, they're streaming. They are streaming right now. Actually.
They're streaming. So hey, we need our audience to go do something. So when you guys get done watching us here today, so stay on with us here through our spotting today at MSP. Go. Let's raid the LA Flights broadcast out in Los Angeles. And y'all gotta tell Peter, or it might be Josh today. I don't know which one of them is out in streaming today. I should probably look.
Just tell them we're coming. MSP Lab's gonna get you and me. They're coming after you and track you down.
Yeah, geez, Logan.
I'm sure we'll come across them at some point. I mean, odds are.
Yeah, we're
I'm
excited.
really glad we're doing 3 whole days also. 2 would have been just fine, but 3 is great. Rocket ship here.
Delta 2971, flight runway heading on a 30 left, clear for takeoff. Delta 2699, turn left heading.
Okay, so
260,
we do have a
contact
confirmation from our audience that Caveman is broadcasting today from LAX. That's the nickname that has been given to Peter. And we have another Sun Country Prime Air on taxiway Mike.
Right in front of it, looks like Alaska has a Max 9 getting towed over. I assume that was a diversion from last night, but I don't see him on flight radar. No transponder, so I can't look at it.
Bustling, pass behind the Prime Air 73, left, right on whiskey.
Just waiting for you.
And for those that might not know, these Prime Air 737s are operated by Sun Country pilots.
Yep, Sun Country charters for Amazon Prime.
Makes them an extra buck.
And it is also good news that Allegiant will actually carry the Sun Country contract when the merger between the two airlines is expected to be completed sometime later this year. So that is great to see because these Prime Air jets are just so fantastic to look at. That bright, beautiful blue livery.
So 2971, turn left heading 260, contact departure.
Setting 260 over to departure.
James says, I'm assuming you guys film from the aircraft viewing area?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yes, that's where we're at right now. It's our usual stomping ground. Yeah, you can use the table. That's fine.
Oh, yeah. I kid you not, the actual MSP Airport Facebook and Instagram page has put out pictures of people standing on it. So as far as I'm concerned, it's pretty much endorsed. Just like, don't abuse it, you know? Like, right?
Yeah, practice proper picnic table etiquette, but you're better off going to get yourself a ladder if you can afford one. A 4-foot step ladder is not too pricey. I mean, you can go to Lowe's or Home Depot and get one of those.
4 or 6 feet's ideal, depending on how tall you are. If you're short, though, you definitely need the 6.
You speak from experience?
No.
Okay.
No, I have the 6 so I can get way over the fence if I need to.
Well, and it's also a smart
There are some
move,
taller
too,
spots.
because you just don't know. Especially with the... And we're going to zoom out here for a little bit.
You can see my ladder right there. It's a 6-footer.
Yeah, so
Usually I
there
use
you
the
go.
bottom step, but the
That's
top
right,
one if I
thank
really
you.
need to, because there are some high spots around the viewing area where I go. 'Cause sometimes I'll go like off in the corner for 422 departures,
Yes, there
or
we
way
go.
off to the left for different landing angles.
So do you stand on the very top step here or the one below it?
Usually the one below it.
Okay.
Yeah, I only
Yep,
use the
for
top
safety.
one if I need to.
Yeah. And, you know, that's a smart thing, too.
Taxi to whiskey.
I can do 45 knot gust on the ladder.
Jeez.
It's not gonna feel good. I can do it.
I haven't done as extreme on the ladder, but
I'm just built different, I guess. You know?
I probably could take it, though. I mean, I was out here
Yeah.
with some
Yeah.
30 knot gusts for sure.
30 ain't too bad. So
Wally
if I'm not
Burham,
mistaken-
5544 says, "Hey Alex, you and the crew need to be wearing MSP live gear. Good advertising for the channel." Yes, that's something we're
We got a
planning on
big
doing
old
at some
sticker on
point.
the
Knowing that I
car.
don't own any samples. Oh my goodness, how could you?
No, we gotta definitely do it when we're out in LA too.
Yeah, no kidding.
Let's get those business cards yet too. Soon,
MN
TM.
Sports Fan 88 says, "Hello Alex in chat. Hello to you. Happy Wednesday." So Captain Mickey Mouse from earlier confirming that Caveman is live.
Caveman is live.
So our friends out in LA. So when you get done watching MSP Airport live, I got a mission for all y'all. Go tune into LA flights. Wish Peter a great time. Enjoy some planes out in LAX. You can feel free to spill the beans as well.
Tell him to get one more. One more plane.
Yeah. And now he's got to come up here.
Not in the winter time, so he can
No.
actually enjoy himself.
Well,
Poor
I
guy.
told him last year
Oh,
he's
my
got to come
goodness.
up here in the summertime when we
Yeah.
have all of our seasonal friends from across the pond,
Yes.
like Air France and KLM,
Yes.
and Discover here, and just the fantastic golden hour experience. And of course, hey, we got the 747s back too.
We got Sun Country Prime on the roll.
Twilight 771, Minneapolis.
Faces on the computer right now. He might get it. He might not.
Line up away.
I will.
And then behind it is a fairly rare bird, a Bombardier Global 6500. Don't know where they're going, but they will be taking off here in just a minute also. The Global sitting down there holding short.
3041, turn left heading 260, contact departure.
260 departure, Sun Country 3041.
Yeah, MN Sports Fan 88.
Heading in a 30 left for takeoff.
Peter certainly wants to come back here, but the LA Flights audience, their interest is in other different airports, and that's something you have to do as a content creator. You have to take into strong consideration as to what your audience wants access to see.
Victor, just use caution over the river, so at approximately quarter-mile final, birds, large flocks of birds have been reported.
The Global is lined up for departure here.
Agency 937, Minneapolis, runway 30 left, line up on way.
Hiding right behind all the Swissport fueling equipment right there. I don't even think you can see him anymore.
Yeah, we're certainly ready for it. So out of all the different biz jets that you've had the opportunity to spot here at MSP, which one do you enjoy getting a kick out of the most?
The Falcons or the newer Gulfstreams? Falcons are like little fighter jets. They climb so aggressive, and the Gulfstreams just are the most elegant in the industry. This thing is also a bit of rocket shipping out too. Check that out. Beautiful.
Twilight 771, turn right heading 360, contact departure.
360 departure, good day, Twilight 771.
Globals are pretty neat too. They're like beefed up versions of CRJs, kinda.
I'll tell you what. The CRJ I could really care less for from a passenger experience. If I were to fly one, it just looks too cramped for me. But I will say, they make some really nice biz jets.
Yeah, they do. Can't confirm.
Well, the Global that we just saw depart, I really like the livery on it too.
A little Hawker heading out too. These guys are loud.
Agency 937, turn left heading 260, contact departure.
Left turn, 260, returning 7.
Agency 937, contact departure.
Yeah, no kidding. That's what you call a turbojet. So Captain Mickey Mouse asks us, Alex, do you know the airport where the Alaska diverted from? That would be Chicago O'Hare. They had a rough weather night last night, and really the surrounding region. And an unfortunate set of circumstances in the worst possible way. South of the greater Chicagoland area, a monster tornado tore through the town of Kankakee, Illinois, which is near the border with Indiana. That storm continued to produce a strong to violent tornado that caused significant damage all the way into Indiana. There's even a tornado emergency for that storm last night, which you don't really see that issue too often from the National Weather Service, because in order for that to go out, there has to be a strong to violent tornado on the ground, and the National Weather Service has to be pretty clear if it's going to head directly right into a population center for that kind of a warning to be issued. So if you ever hear that, please do what the National Weather Service advises and take all the precautions you can. Thankfully, we don't have to deal with any of that weather today. My goodness. James, I'm excited for the 747 today as well. And of course, not just because it's clear, we're going to have great lighting for it when it comes in, but it's a 747-400 with a big top, which means that it is a converted freighter that used to haul passengers and has that extended upper deck, which will be a lot of fun.
Good afternoon, Minneapolis Tower, Hawker 707, Hotel Delta, on the visual 30 left. Hawker 707, Hotel Delta, Minneapolis Tower, traffic short final, has a citation, wind 30011, runway 30 west, clear to land, use caution for a large flock of birds reported over the river, which would be about a quarter-mile final. Thank you, we'll look out for them, 30 left, clear to land, 7 Hotel Delta.
Elwha 2026 says, hi all. Well, hello to you. Happy Wednesday. Thanks for tuning in today. So great to see you on board. And hello, everybody. Welcome to the aircraft viewing area. My name's Alex. I'm the executive producer of MSP Airport Live. And we'll tell you what, the last 24 hours have been a little bit exhausting just because I had to get called into work last night. I was working late, but I was ecstatic when I woke up this morning. Now I had put in a time off request from my place of work, and that was to be made in advance in preparation for our big announcement that we made today. MSP Airport Live is officially going to Los Angeles, and we'll post more of the details in the coming days as to what that might look like. But we do know the dates. We'll be live on May 6th through the 8th, and we'll be traveling out to LA on May 5th, and we'll be headed back on May 9th. It's going to be a lot of fun. Hope you can join us when we go out there to spot Aviation Paradise in Los Angeles. It's going to be a lot of fun.
2-mile final, hot percent, wind 31011.
So Elwha 2026 is closer. Greetings from Holland. Well, greetings to you here from the Twin Cities.
Yeah, from Tower 170 Charlie, joint final at Narco, visual, clear left.
Hawker 1670 Charlie, Minneapolis, runway 30 left, clear to land, traffic 6 mile final is Emperor.
Clear to land, runway 30 left, Hawker 1670 Charlie.
DJF Phantom Fan says, Holman's has the best patio in the cities, in my opinion. You know, that is somewhere where I do want to check out. I think Holman's Table, it's called, the restaurant that has that patio out on the front that you can watch the action at downtown St. Paul Airport here in the Twin Cities. You know what? I should see what's on the menu and maybe head over there sometime. Do some plane spotting at Holman's Field. But yeah, that would be a really good place to check out. You're absolutely right. There's a lot of fantastic views from that patio for sure. MN Sports Fan 88. Yeah, it is fantastic news. So how the trip came about was kind of interesting.
Google plan for 30 right, Delta 1885.
So with the trip that we're going to be taking to Los Angeles, I was actually able to find really good airfare deals out to LA round trip. So I think main cabin is about just north of $300 per person, which is really good. Considering some of the other destinations that I was looking into, tickets were a little bit pricier. But yeah, and then of course we had a great selection of aircraft that we could take on the way out. And on the way back, of course, I'm excited to fly. So we'll probably be checking out all of the different spotting areas. That many of you who do watch LAX streams are accustomed to. So Clutter's Park, we'll see if we can get some space to go live from there. On top of Imperial Hill, as well as LAX Economy. That's probably one of my favorite spots around LA from all the different streams and all the videos that I've watched. You get all the north side action. And possibly, depending on how things work out, we might explore Westchester, which is on the north side of LAX for those north side arrivals.
Yes, sir, 921, turn right at Delta, contact ground flight 9er.
Right at Delta, ground flight 9.
All right, so we're going to go ahead and take a look at our traffic flow for today. So we are in what's called a north flow at the moment. So this is when most of the arriving and departing traffic stays on the parallels. And pretty much all the traffic today has stuck to 30 right and 30 left. The heavies will use the south parallel because that is the widest runway here at MSP. Gives them a little more wiggle room, especially on arrival and departure. 200 feet wide compared to all the other runways at about 150 feet wide. It's also the second longest runway, too, here at MSP. And it's also right near where they have to get off to their gate, either at Concourses F or Concourses G. So it works out that way and more conveniently for the heavies.
It's great for us, too, because something's sneaking off to 1-7 behind the fed-up buildings.
It'll be the FedEx cargo terminal behind us. Behind us at the viewing area, we have the UPS cargo terminal as well. That orange flag pin, by the way, is where we're located, adjacent to the action on the south parallel runway and taxiway, Mike, is where we're hoping to catch the 747 taxi on later tonight from Louisville, Kentucky. And by the way, the cargo heavies, the cargo heavies will use the south parallel. So there you go. That's a look at our traffic pattern as they are arriving and departing today from MSP Airport.
30 left and right only. Nothing else. Nice headwind for both.
73, proceed via Delta.
We do have a
3,
nice
cross
departure.
17, Lima cross
Notable departure coming up here in a moment. You might have mentioned it when I was warming up in the car, but right across the way here over at the G gates, Delta's Spirit of Freedom cheek stamp on a 757-200 is about to jump down to Atlanta, if I'm not mistaken. Or somewhere down
We actually saw that come in earlier on our broadcast, so we did catch it on the way in, and now we're going to catch it on the way out here.
Delta and Papa.
30 right, Bravo, Delta.
747 is getting closer, less than an hour away. Praying they take the left turn on Mike.
There's 188 Foxtrot, Minneapolis.
For the up close and personal shot.
left, wonderful wait.
30 left, line place, guys, 188 Foxtrot.
So our Delta 757 with the commemorative cheek stamp is a notable flight because it's been a little while since it's been here.
Whiskey 1023, turn left. Whiskey 5 is just fine. You can taxi via Whiskey and then contact ground point 9 along the way.
Whiskey 5 and Whiskey, ground point 9, position 1033.
Man, it's after 4 o'clock and the sun is still super high.
Sky 28, Foxtrot.
Love it.
5 on heading and 30 left, clear for takeoff.
We're heading 30 left, 15
NG 1023 maps contact you, Whiskey, cross runway 4.
Shelley X9L says, good afternoon from Portland, Oregon. Good afternoon to you as well, Shelley. Great to have you on board today.
Thanks for tuning in. This 757 better not be going to the north side. That would be quite silly. I assume they're just
Delta
pointing
1885,
themselves.
you can monitor ground now, point 8.
Monitor point 8,
We'll see what happens.
No way. I think they're actually going north side. Oh, phone go. Wait,
Well,
where is
we
it
will-
going? Did it go north side? That's so odd.
Well, if they do depart on the north side, we'll get them on the climb
Well,
out.
here,
So
in the
we'll get
meantime,
them
we
either
can
way.
get Bemidji with the Metroliner here taxiing in. You're going to Orlando.
So we'll get the
Right there, going
Embraer
north.
departure
Not bad.
first, and then we'll go ahead and get our Mosquito.
Oh, Mosquito. So it has an actual livery on it too, which is nice to see. Here she comes.
So we had to break away rather quickly from our departing Embraer so we could catch our Metroliner taxi on Mike.
Exit at 260 Minneapolis, 30 left, line up away. Sky 28, Foxtrot.
Spirit of Freedom going to the north side.
Let's turn 260,
To a
park this guy with 188
deep south destination. Alright, whatever works. We'll get to see him rocket off from here regardless.
Southwest 2142 maps
Check and
push
see
through,
where
plan 30
the,
left.
Alright, push clear to 30
A300
left,
is
Southwest
too.
2142.
It's supposed to get here before the 747, usually.
Ground, SkyWest,
Hasn't taken off yet.
3792,
Getting there.
30 left, Delta.
So if you are just tuning in, welcome to the Twin Cities of Minneapolis and St. Paul, Minnesota. Alex Renning, Logan Justice with you
Delta Papa and ground
on
point, SkyWest,
MSP Airport
3792.
Live for what has been a phenomenal day for plane spotting here in the North Star state of Minnesota. Welcome everybody to the broadcast booth. I'm Alex, it's Logan. And well, I'll tell you what, it's a sunny day. We got to rock the shades out here. And of course, that sun is going to look great when golden hour comes around.
Sure will. There isn't actually. Nope, there is a cloud in the sky. It's right over there.
Like
Other
one
than that,
little cloud.
Yeah, just one
Just like
singular
one
cloud.
little cloud. Like a teeny tiny little cloud.
Just there so I can't say there's not a cloud in the sky. Okay, well, you know, it might as well not be.
I mean, this is perfect weather still in my book.
Yeah.
So you know what?
Yeah. Yep, and everything's moving
cares?
to the 30s. Fine by me.
Challenger 422 Charlie Papa, Minneapolis, wind 30012, gust 20, runway 30 left, clear to land.
30 left, clear land, 422.
A lot of biz jets today. We do have an A330
5112, left
that
on
off to
Charlie, and
Amsterdam
contact ground
here in
point
the
8.
next few minutes. They'll be pushing back. That's a 160 heavy.
Tower's got pushed, approved, then you can repo via Sierra if it's open.
Ground American 1198, ready taxi, Oscar.
American 1198, runway 30 left, taxi via Delta Alpha.
Delta Alpha, 30 left, American 1198. Tower Challenger 979, Whiskey Mike Visual Lesson.
Challenger 979, Whiskey Mike, Minneapolis Tower, wind 32010, gust 20, runway 30 left, clear to land.
Clear to land, 30 left.
Rosie chiming in says, you've weathered some intense weather at times out there, Alex. State of Minnesotan here, but I don't know how you do it. Well,
Southwest 2142 with
I'll tell you what.
Southwest 2142 or the 30 left, taxi via Delta Whiskey.
I think it just has a lot to do with focus on the reason that we come out here every single day when we broadcast is the planes, right? And I tend to get hyper-focused, and then I just ignore everything else. But then the other thing is layers. I mean, you have to dress according to the weather. So I think it's just a combination of being prepared
Challenger 2 Charlie Papa, turn left, taxi to signature, mile point 9er.
and also knowing your limits. And I can tolerate cold temperatures fairly well. I'm not too picky. It's not the cold that does it for me. It's the pesky wind and the wind chill factor in the wintertime that's just, ugh. It's nasty. Especially up here. Today, on a day like today where we have over 40-degree temps now, when we have stiffer winds about, it's not too bad. But I'll tell you what, if we had these kind of conditions and it was 15 degrees outside, yeah, no thank you. David Hermanson asks, what time was the UPS 747 taking off? I assume that is the departure and down in Louisville. I want to say it took off about an hour ago, possibly. I'll have to check. But it is confirmed we are getting a 747 here tonight from Minneapolis, St. Paul. That'll be arriving around the start of the 5 o'clock hour.
American 1198, switch tower.
Niner.
Delta ground point 9, Whiskey Mike. Ground Challenger 979 Whiskey Mike off like Delta, so going to signature.
Challenger 979 with Mike, taxi via Whiskey.
Signature via Whiskey, 9 Whiskey.
FSU WX 2011. Hey, good afternoon to you. Happy Wednesday. So FSU WX, which I'm guessing stands for weather.
Minneapolis Tower, traffic on a
So FSU WX 2011 says, will you be live during the high wind watch coming up? Could make for some good landings. Yeah, well, we're in a high wind watch right now. But I know what you mean. Later on this week, we will be in that high wind watch. Unfortunately, the answer to that is no, because my work schedule
that was Delta
has me working
you're on the
tomorrow and Friday.
You should be still on approach.
I might get out on Saturday. Well, actually, I won't be. I'll be working on Saturday, too. I just remembered that.
1198 Minneapolis Tower, traffic on a 4-mile final, run a cruiser left, line of await.
So tomorrow through Sunday. We could have another live show on Monday, and boy, is it going to be brutally cold again. Well, for this time of year anyway. So it looks like Old Man Winter is going to have maybe 1 or 2 more good laughs in before his time is up, and spring is in the door.
Delta ground point 9, secretary 422. Ground, secretary 422, left turn off at Delta, and back to Hotel 2 Bravo.
422 miles ground, Delta to the gate.
Delta to the gate, secretary 422.
Oh, Captain Mickey Mouse. Interesting. Yeah, I know that MCO is quite an interesting airport for plane spotting, but it's cool that they're building a spotting area. We'll have to check it out at some point down the road. The airfare from here to MCO or Orlando, Florida is actually not bad. All right, we've got more departures headed our way. American Airlines now departing off the south parallel runway for Dallas-Fort Worth. And you know what? Speaking of Orlando, we have a 757 that is now touching down behind our departure to Dallas from Orlando, Florida. That's where the 757-300 just arrived from.
So it's 1208, turn right, contact ground point 9er.
Turn right, point 9, 1208. Adam, the 1208 is on Delta, Fox 13.
Soldier at Mail Ground, good afternoon, taxi via Delta.
Taxi via Delta, Delta 1208. Ground Alpha 1028, ready for taxi.
1028, run 30 left, taxi via Alpha, have a good day.
30 left via Alpha, Delta 1028, good day.
Delta 160 Heavy to Amsterdam has its transponder on. So that A330 that is assigned to that international route this evening for Delta will be departing shortly.
2687 Minneapolis, 30 left, runnable weight.
All right, here's our next arrival on runway 30 left, Sun Country coming in from Fort Myers.
.384 roll to Charlie, turn left, got a ground point 9.
Charlie, ground point 9, second 334. Tower Delta 2463, visual 30 left.
2463 Minneapolis Air, wind 290 at 10, typical in position, runway 30 left, clear to land.
30 left, Delta 2463.
March 34 miles ground, taxi via Charlie 2 Delta.
Charlie 2 Delta, second 34.
30 left, clear for takeoff. Delta 1306 Minneapolis, runway 30 left, line up on way, traffic 6 mile final.
Left on the way, Delta 1306.
Gonna guess we're next, Southwest 2142.
Yeah, Southwest 2142, you are next. Sorry, I had to put that 7 out first. 7-1 out, they had a time to hit. Delta 13065, runway heading, runway 30 left, clear for takeoff.
Oh, my heading 30 left, takeoff, Delta 1306.
Turn left heading 260.
All right, our next departure will be
departure.
Southwest 2142 to Nashville.
Heading 260 over departure.
But first, we have Delta departing to Chicago O'Hare with a 717.
Minneapolis ground hello, pushback approved, north 30 left.
1306, maintain visual separation with that traffic. Turn left heading 260.
Heading 260, maintain visual with the Airbus 1306.
So things are starting to get a little bit more intense here, looks like. Well, that's the way that we enjoy it. All right, we got another 717 in sight. This is Delta Flight 2463 from Charleston.
Delta 1819 Minneapolis, tower traffic, short final is a 7-1, a 7-3 holds in position, wind 310 at 13, gust 19er, and a 30 left, clear to land.
Clear to land, 30 left, Delta 1819.
Southwest 2142 Minneapolis, tower traffic 5 mile, final 7-3, runway 30 left, line up away.
Runway 30 left, line away, Southwest 2142. 30 left would be a Delta Whiskey, Southwest 1871.
Encore 3817, monitor ground, point 8.
Point 8, Encore 3817. Delta 2463, turn right at Delta, contact ground point 9er.
On Delta, ground point 9er, Delta 2463.
There we go. Delta 160 Heavy now pushing back for AMS. So Southwest,
2142, fly runway heading on a 30
in the
left, clear for
meantime,
takeoff.
is now lined up with the runway, and they are being given clearance to depart.
2463, Delta, come back.
1306, contact departure.
All right, Southwest is now on the roll.
Delta Quebec, Martin ground point 8, Delta 2463.
So 1028 Minneapolis.
Blick Fang
Mile final on a 30
007 says, yay, another 717. There you go. Happy Wednesday. Great to see you again. Well, I'll tell you what. It's been a fantastic day for plane spotting out here at MSP Airport. So great for everybody to join us today on this Wednesday. Alex Redding with you, alongside Logan Justice, who has stepped aside for the moment.
Contact departure.
Left 260 and over to departure, Southwest 2142, great day. Departure flight 3750, 30 left.
We've got a 747-400 freighter coming in from Louisville, Kentucky. It's a 747-400 Boeing converted freighter with the extended upper deck. And it has what we like to call the big top.
0 left, clear land, departure flight 3750. Open to the gate as able.
Off of the gate is able, double check the gate, Delta 1819.
Runway heading 30 left, clear for takeoff, Delta 1028. Runway able left, 52, third up, 1,
Address club 2.
All right, I think we're going to get some 3-5 arrivals as well. Looks to be in order.
Delta 1819. Copy that. The heavy bus should be moving out of your way shortly. Roger.
All right, here's our next Delta departure, everybody.
Southwest checking in. I think you probably should be checking in on Minneapolis approach. Can you go last time to frequency to get the right one? Southwest 1821 Minneapolis, turn 30 left, line up and wait.
30 left, line up and wait.
So 1028, turn left heading 260, contact departure.
260, departure, Delta 1028.
Frontier 3750, turn left at Delta and contact ground point 9er.
Left on Delta and ground point 9, Frontier flight 3750.
3816 Minneapolis, traffic code position 73, wind
All
320.
right, Frontier has arrived with the A320neo.
West ground, flight 3750, exiting 30 left at Delta. We're going to Hotel 9. Alright, 3750, mail ground, hello, taxi via Delta the gate.
It's Peary, the red knot livery today. I think that's how you say it.
52 Minneapolis.
Looks like it's a type of bird.
Caution for jet blast.
It's on the tail. We're going to zoom in as close as we can here.
30 left at Alpha 1, and do you need to go full length?
Alpha. Alpha to 30 left, Delta 160 heavy, thank you.
Continue inbound on the approach. I have a vehicle on the runway, and I'll have that landing clearance. Let's say exit the runway.
There we go. Frontier is in the house.
Up 52, climb fast, runway 30 left in front of you at Mike. 3933 at Mike Cross, runway 30 left, continue via Mike Papa.
Alright, Mike Cross 30 left, Mike Papa, Oscar 3933.
Southwest 1871 rocketing off for St. Louis Lambert International.
Heading 260, talk to departure, South 1871, so long.
All right, Delta 160 heavy. Strutting its stuff to runway 30 left, where it will depart for Amsterdam today.
73 repo via Delta Kilo 3, hold short of runway 35. Delta Kilo 3, short of
All right, so it looks like we're going to have some arrivals that are going to snake their way around us that came in on runway 35 and are going to go the opposite direction of what we're used to seeing on taxiway whiskey. So there you go. This flight for Delta Airlines operated with an A220-100. This is flight number 2528 from San Antonio, Texas.
Mike and Mike. Mike 7, hold short, runway 422.
Alright, crossing 30 left on Mike, and then, I'm sorry, what was that part again?
That was 3816, runway 30 left, cleared to land.
So our next arrival on runway 35 is coming in from Bozeman, Montana. I'm going to see if we can turn the camera around here so we can catch Delta 1226 arriving from the state of Montana.
Delta 2528 on Mike, where do you want us to transition to?
Delta 2528, it'll be Mike 6 cross, runway 4, monitor ground now on Point Manor.
Alright, Mike 6 cross, runway 4, and monitor ground, Delta 2528.
Runway 4043, runway 30 left, clear to land.
Runway 30 left, clear to land on runway 4043. Reposition. You have access to Charlie 1 there? I can't tell. Oh yeah, let's use Charlie 2 so we can keep pushing back. Use Charlie 2, Charlie, and then Sierra. Charlie 2, Charlie, Sierra. 74. Alright, did you call us Sky Station 33 for the crossing?
For the crossing?
That's Sky 3933, short of runway 22.
So 3933, now pop across runway 4, ground on Point 8.
Alright, cross 4.
There we go. We got some runway 35 ups.
So 3816, contact ground on Point Manor. Delta 160 heavy Minneapolis. I know you're there, just looking for the space for you to go. It'll be just a minute.
Alright, good. We'll work with you and ready whenever.
All right, here's Delta taxiing to Terminal 1, having just touched down from Puerto Vallarta, Mexico. Also, Delta 160 Heavy is about to get airborne here in just moments. Things starting to heat up from the Twin Cities.
Well, it looks like they are clear now, so you can use Delta at your discretion if that's easier for you.
Straight ahead on taxiway Whiskey, cross runway 4, and at Whiskey 5, hold short, runway 30 left.
Okay, Whiskey, cross 4, and hold short 30 left at Whiskey 5. Lovely.
Okay, so I think Delta 160 is waiting on one arrival to touch down on the south parallel before it can line up and wait and get going to Amsterdam tonight. Here's Envoy, arriving from Reagan National Airport in our nation's capital of Washington, D.C.
Runway 4043, turn right at Delta, contact cross display 9er.
Right, Delta, ground point 9 off with 443. Good.
26 Minneapolis, tower at Whiskey Time, cross runway 30 left, and then continue via Alpha, Mike, and Papa. I'll have more.
Okay, good cross 30 left, Alpha, Mike, Papa, Delta 1226.
Delta 160 Heavy, it'll just be a few more minutes. I have 2 more arrivals on runway 35. The second one is probably like a 11-mile final, so just for your timing purposes.
All right.
Okay.
Delta 1860 Minneapolis tower at Whiskey 5, cross runway 30 left, continue via Alpha to the gate.
Whiskey 5, 30 left, Alpha,
Delta 1226, continue via Alpha, Mike Papa, cross runway 4, monitor ground on point 8.
Alpha Mike Papa across 4.8, that's 1226, yeah. Yeah, 3113, visual 60 left.
Southwest 3113, Minneapolis tower, wind at 280.
Our bot's doing a great job in the live chat today.
1860, monitor ground on
Helping
point
keep
9er.
things civil.
Roger, Delta 1860.
So if you're just tuning in, welcome aboard to the Twin Cities of Minneapolis and St. Paul, Minnesota for live plane spotting on MSP Live. So great that you could tune in today
Delta 2262,
and join us for some incredible Wednesday live plane spotting. It's always an action-filled day here from the Twin Cities on Wednesday. I feel like Wednesday is when we get to our climax each week of things going on, non-stop action, interesting flights. And of course, we got the big top 747 coming in from Louisville very shortly, actually. So we are almost at 5 p.m. Rosie says, heading out for an obligatory happy hour. Well, hey, you have fun with that. Fun hanging with you all for a few hours. Thanks, Alex and Logan. Well, hey, you bet, Rosie. Thanks so much for becoming a member, too, today. Enjoy happy hour. I could probably go for a happy hour.
Sun Country 8692, monitor tower 123.67.
It's going to be another busy week for me starting tomorrow at work.
31 Minneapolis.
Got a lot of production stuff coming up.
That's my 349, Minneapolis ground, taxi via Charlie, Charlie 5. Charlie, Charlie 5, that's my 349.
Delta 160 Heavy, Minneapolis, tower traffic, 7 mile, final, runway 30 left, line up and wait.
30 left, line up and wait, Delta 160 Heavy.
Delta 1134, Visual 30 left.
Delta 1134, Minneapolis, tower caution, weak turbulence, a Heavy A330 is holding in position. Wind at 2908, runway 30 left, clear to land, full short taxiway Alpha 9 for traffic crossing downfield.
Alright, 30 left, clear to land. What was this hold short of?
Delta 1134, hold short of Alpha 9 for traffic they'll be crossing downfield.
All right, so it looks like Delta 160 Heavy
1130.
is ready to line up and wait.
Southwest 3113, turn left, XDV, Mike Tango.
Boy, check out this landing roll from Southwest all the way down to taxiway Mike.
Sorry, Southwest 3113, one more time.
Southwest 3113, taxiway Mike Tango, cross runway 422, monitor bound on point 9er.
Mike Tango cross 422, monitor ground 3113.
Delta 160 Heavy, fly runway heading, runway 30 left, clear for takeoff.
Runway heading 30 left, clear for takeoff, Delta 160 Heavy, thank you. Delta 2262, you can make the right turn taxiway, Quebec, cross runway 22. Left, cross 22, Delta 22, Quebec.
All right, now it's time for Delta 160 Heavy to get airborne to Amsterdam.
Sports Center, Mail Ground, escape Hopper
2392 Minneapolis Tower, 4.5, and travel Boeing 757, wind at 300 at 9er, traffic may hold up position, runway 30 left, clear to land, full short taxiway Alpha 9er for traffic crossing downfield.
Okay, 30 left, clear land, hold short Alpha 9, Delta 2392.
Whoa! Big gust of wind.
Delta Whiskey.
Swiss Tower, traffic on short final is holding short of your intersection at Whiskey 10 cross, runway 30 left, join Alpha.
Cross 30 left at Whiskey 10, traffic holding short of our intersection and join Alpha. We'll go Delta 38.
Delta 160 Heavy, turn right heading 340, contact departure.
So there we go, Delta 160 Heavy now in the air for Amsterdam.
Nine out behind the company, please. Behind the company, Search for 9 left. Keep you moving via Sierra Charlie and Whiskey, please. Sierra Charlie and Whiskey, 759.
Monitor ground now, on point 9er.
I think that was from 3080 Alpha, Mike Papa, and ground point 8 on the south.
Delta 3080, affirmative.
Alpha, Mike Pop, cross 4, we'll talk to ground point 8 to you.
Delta 1134, turn right, contact ground on point 9er.
Return, ground point 9, Delta 1134, good day. Delta 1134, right turn here on Delta, going to gate, Golf point 2.
Delta 1134, Minneapolis, ground taxi Alpha to the gate.
Gate, Delta 1134.
The 2129 Minneapolis Tower, traffic 2 mile final and Airbus. Traffic will hold in position, wind at 32011, runway 30 left, clear to land, hold short of taxiway Alpha 9er for traffic crossing downfield.
30 left, clear land, hold short Alpha 9 for traffic, 2129. Taxi via Papa Charlie Alpha. Delta 2203, join taxiway, Quebec to the gate.
All right, so if you're just tuning in, welcome to Minneapolis, St. Paul, Minnesota. Minneapolis and St. Paul, Minnesota, I should say. For live plane spotting at MSP Live, Alex running with you today. I'm also joined by Logan Justice. He had to step aside for just a moment. So we had something come up that he needed to take care of behind the scenes.
Of a Boeing 737, traffic will hold the position.
But it's been a great day for plane spotting out here. We also broke a major announcement earlier on in today's program. Well, as Logan said earlier, we got Swiss ported. One of their fuel trucks just drove right through our live. Look at this Delta A320 arriving on the south parallel.
Delta 2392, turn right, contact ground on point 9, have a good day.
Turn point 9, good day, Delta 2392.
Avery, 19 SWA, says hello, everyone. Good afternoon, Avery. Great to see you today.
2392,
So I don't know if you heard the news, but in the beginning of May, MSP Airport Live will be hitting the road for LAX. So we're going to check out what the spotting scene is like. And I'll tell you what, I'm so excited to finally experience what plane spotting paradise is going to be like.
Push proof 30 left, American 2140.
So there you go. So if we have folks just tuning in to our program today, it is official. We are headed to Los Angeles, California. We will have 3 days of live shows, May 6th, May 7th, and May 8th. And we will return to Minneapolis. No shows on that day, on that Saturday. We will return on the 9th.
Air 4695, turn left at Bravo now. Join Alpha at the tunnel. Bravo, join Alpha at the tunnel, Endeavor 4695.
Delta 2129, turn right at Mike, contact ground on point 9er. Sun Country to 692, Minneapolis, are you ready? Traffic 4 miles, final have to be quick.
And folks, if you are enjoying today's live show, be sure to hit that thumbs up button. It's the easiest way to support the channel. And if you also want more amazing shows from Minneapolis and now LAX starting in May, we take a little trip out there. Go ahead and hit that subscribe button. It's going to be a lot of fun when we go to LAX. And also, leading up to our LAX trip, we're going to have a lot of amazing springtime spotting here from Minneapolis, St. Paul International. We'll have KLM returning at the end of March. Delta 160 and 161 go from an A330 to an A350 daily. We'll have our Copenhagen and Rome seasonal services with the A330-900 Neo return. And also in April, we'll get Discover Airlines back, I think. I have to double check the dates. We'll also get Air France back this year. In addition to that, we'll have 777s starting on June 1st through the end of the operating season for Air France this year. 2026 is shaping up to be quite the year for plane spotting at MSP.
Good news, our 747 is on final for our side on 30 left. I can just make them out now. They should be calling up the tower any minute now.
Contact approach, have a good
just pray they go left on Mike, because that would make my night.
Steve Lundenby, you're absolutely right. We still need that MSP Airport Live logo right here on what Steve is calling the brown brick, aka this big, beautiful utility building. So that's what Steve was referring to. All right, everybody, I think our 747 is on final approach to runway 30 left, everybody. The Queen is almost here.
Left turn and join Mike.
Delta 26 and 96, you can actually just contact on the point niner.
Point 9 2. So 2696 on board for Delta 3. So 2696, Smith, contact runway 4 and Quebec. 4 Quebec. So 2696. 2007 Minneapolis, contact via pop out of the gate.
Was tower traffic 6 mile final, number 3 your left, line up and wait.
Shad 32587. Great to see you today. So Shad is asking about, what about the AvGeek meetup? We're actually arranging it.
Wind at 280 at 12, gust 20, runway 30 left.
It's a little work in progress, but more details to come later.
Delta 941 Minneapolis Tower. Slated 29011, gust 20, runway 30 left, cleared land full turn, taxiway Alpha 9er for traffic crossing downfield. Sun Country 599, turn left heading 260, contact departure.
Left 260, contact departure. 599.
All right, everybody, the 747 is almost here.
95, fly runway heading, runway 30 left, clear for takeoff.
All right, everybody, there she is, the Queen of the Skies, almost about to touch down from Louisville, Kentucky.
Ground Delta 2007, nobody.
UPS 2568 Heavy is here.
Turn in, you do a UE or what you like.
So just in case you missed it, now arriving from Louisville, UPS 2568 Heavy with the big top 747.
Endeavor 4695, turn left heading 260, contact departure.
Left turn 260 over to departure, Endeavor 4695.
That was 2028 Minneapolis Tower, 6 wind trail, then Airbus, wind at 280 at 8, gust 20, traffic full in position, runway 30 left, cleared land, full turn, taxiway Alpha 9er. Yes, 2568 Heavy, I do have you blocked to the left, so continue down the runway. turn left, it'll be the next one at Whiskey 8, and then turn left on Whiskey, and then to be a Whiskey, Mike, and Tango into the ramp.
I understand all will make the exit Whiskey 8 left, Whiskey, Mike, Tango for the ramp EPS.
Delta 2936 Minneapolis, now at Whiskey 10, cross runway 30 left, traffic on the runway is exiting before your intersection, then join Alpha, I'll have more.
Cyclist 30 left on Whiskey 10, join Alpha, Delta 2936.
On the G1323 Minneapolis, now at Mike, cross runway 30 left, traffic 2 mile final, continue via Mike, Papa.
Cross 30 left on Mike, Mike, Papa, 1323.
Number 4913 Minneapolis Tower. At Whiskey 10 cross runway 30 left, traffic landing your runway is pulling short of your intersection. Join Alpha, I'll have more. On the G1323 on Papa cross runway 4, monitor bound on point 9er.
Papa cross 4, ground point 9.
Delta 2936, continue via Alpha Mike, Papa cross runway 4, monitor bound now on point 9er.
Alpha Mike, Papa, monitor ground point 9.
Number 4913, continue via Alpha Mike, Papa cross runway 4, monitor bound now on point 9er. American 2140 Minneapolis Tower, traffic 5 mile final, runway 30 left, line of await.
At the way, 30 left, American 2140.
Delta 2077 Minneapolis Tower, traffic 2 mile final and Embraer, wind is 29012, gust 20, traffic holds in position, runway 30 left, cleared to land, hold short of taxiway Alpha 9er for traffic crossing downfield.
Clear to land, 30 left, hold short, Alpha 9er, traffic crossing downfield for Delta 2837. Cross report, thank you, Delta 2936.
Taxi 68, runway 30 left, taxi via Delta Alpha.
So via Delta Alpha, United 658.
Runway 658, you can be wheels up at 29, time now is 18 and a half.
Copy 29.
At 668, amend your route, taxi via Charlie 5, Charlie Alpha.
Charlie 5, Charlie Alpha, United 658.
Boy, I'll tell you what,
328, turn right at Delta, contact ground point 9er.
it's been a long time since I've seen that. The 747
give way to the exiting
rolls down past the intersection of taxiway Mike and runway 30 left, gets off right in front of us, in front of the viewing area, takes Whiskey to Mike, and then Tango,
28 Old Delta against Charlie.
all the way to the ramp.
428 Mails ground taxi via Delta Papa, pass behind United at Charlie 5.
How
Delta Papa.
insanely cool is that?
Charlie 25 got 428.
That's Charlie 5.
Charlie 5, sorry.
Perfect. That's what that was. The uber super duper rare Whiskey 8 exit with Mike also. Thanks to one of the turboprops coming out. Was it the Mosquito?
I think so.
Blocking Mike? Yeah. Because they would have just made that left turn. They had braked perfectly for it. But nope, little turboprops in the way, so overshoot, make a left, then a right. And thank goodness they didn't roll to the end. I thought they were going to for a second. I was like, oh, they're just going to send them over, aren't they? But no, that's all right.
Because
Nice.
they're known to do that, because they'll just go
Yeah.
the other way.
Yeah.
to
Oh, you
their
can't make
ramp.
it? Just roll down. But if they don't, usually something's on shorter or final, so they don't want to have them on the runway for too long. That was cool.
320
Made my day, like I said it would.
Runway 30 left.
Dude, it
See
made
one
my
up
week.
close. That's awesome.
Well, other than the LAX trip announcement, that
Oh,
made
yeah.
my week out here as far as spotting
Yeah.
goes. That you could not have asked for better lighting,
Way
a
too
better
long.
setup. My goodness.
4028, turn right at
Good
taxi
old
way
headshot
Quebec
too, right
Canal.
here, with the turn off on Whiskey. That is great, because usually when they make the left turn, yeah, it's a head-on shot, but it's obstructed by the brown building of doom. You got a clear shot if it makes.
Well, as one of our
One
YouTube
exit
members,
later.
Steve Lundaby, says, the brick.
The brick. Yeah, pretty much. All right, well, that's going to do it for me. I got to run home and get some dinner. Glad I stuck around and waited. Well, cool. That's awesome.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you what. I think it's our
Tell
first
you what.
747 Mike taxi that we've captured
Oh,
on the
yeah.
program today.
Yeah. Oh, because Atlas made the left turn on Whiskey 8, and then
4028, you can angle over
That
to
was
the
going to
back
their
on
remote
November
pad.
8th of last
So
year,
they were
yeah, but they
going
went right
away.
past
Yeah,
Mike and they...
yeah, that's right. Well, cool. Awesome. Enjoy the stream, everybody.
24, we push via
Talk
Delta
to y'all
Kilo 3,
later.
hold
See
short
ya.
of runway 35.
All right, see you, Logan.
24, monitor tower 123.67.
So Logan will be headed out. So you're stuck with me, everybody.
Delta 2877 is on Charlie parking, Golf 18. 2837, Minneapolis ground taxi Alpha to the gate. Gate, Delta 2877.
That clanking sound in the background is Logan taking up his stepladder.
Bravo short of Alpha 1, monitor tower 126.7.
Alpha 3, Bravo, shuttle. What? Unit 6 to be over tower.
Go 3805, runway 30 left, taxi via Quebec just short of the traffic. I'll get you moving here in just a moment. .3962 behind the Embraer at the tail, runway 30 right, taxi via Papa.
All right, we're going to have two heavies arriving back-to-back here. So if you thought the heavy fun was over with the 747, please reconsider. Delta 120 Heavy from Tokyo Haneda with the A350 900 is now on final approach from runway 30 left. And behind it is UPS with the A300 from Chicago Rockford.
Skywest 4020, if you can't get right in, pass up the traffic and then double back on Quebec, please.
And then, of course, how about this? You're not going to believe this. We got the trifecta coming in of heavy aircraft. Delta 170 is going to be trailing our Chicago Rockford flight. So we have 120 Heavy, 55, 56 Heavy, and 170 Heavy. All getting in position now for the South Parallel runway. How crazy is this? I can't tell you the last time that that's happened. And Delta 120 Heavy is uber late today from Tokyo.
6556 Heavy, Minneapolis, Tower. Only 3.5 in trail of a heavy Boeing 757. They're going 130 knots. Wind is 320 at 900, goes to 18, runway 30 left, clear to land.
Third land 30 left, we're slowing the final approach speed.
That was 4178, turn right, contact compound point niner. Turn right, contact compound niner. American 3103, Minneapolis Tower. Actually, just continue holding short, runway 30 left. Well, hold for 30 left, next 30. Challenger, niner.
So check this out, everybody.
Runway heading, runway 30 left.
Delta 120 heavy, and then UPS 55, 56 heavy, and then 170 heavy.
I'm sorry, misspoke. He'll be behind the first two. The last one down there is going into the 24.
So don't go anywhere. In fact, there we go.
Look at
that, 120 heavy's on the left. The 55, 56 heavy is trailing closely behind. It's towards the upper right of your screen next to our little on-screen logo bug.
I'll move you up now. Speed up to taxi up to hold. Short.
But look at that.
Niner Whiskey Mike, turn left heading 260, contact departure.
Left 260, and go to departure.
Yep, confirmation Echo, Quebec, altimeter 3013.
Tower Delta 170 heavy is turning final 30 left.
Delta 170 heavy, Minneapolis Tower. You are 5.5 in trail of a heavy A3. 100 national turbulence, wind to 310 at 9, gust 18, runway 30 left, clear land, traffic holds in position.
30 left, Delta 130 heavy.
Delta 120 heavy, turn right at Delta. Join Alpha Text to the gate, monitor ground on point niner.
We good?
Delta 120 heavy, Charlie will be perfect, turn right at Charlie, then taxi via Alpha, monitor ground on point niner, thanks.
Charlie Alpha, monitor ground point 9, Delta 120 and thanks. Shortly. Guys, 4178, thanks for help, and go over to Pampa now.
All right, now it's time for our UPS A300 from Chicago Rockford.
Guys, 343 miles strong, good afternoon, taxi via Pampa to the gate. Delta 120 heavy, Minneapolis strong, taxi via Alpha to the gate. The Alpha to the gate, Delta 120 heavy.
United 658, Minneapolis Tower, runway 30 left, line up away traffic, 5 miles final.
Way 30 left, 5 points, get
American 3103, Minneapolis Tower, I know you're, that'll be just another minute.
The key line pushing at your tail, you're pushed back to the first runway 30 left, get us Quebec. Would you like 5556 to turn?
UPS 5556, heavy turn left, if you can make Mike, then taxi via Mike Tango into the ramp, monitor ground on point niner, have a good day.
Mike Tango to the ramp, 5556, have a great day.
United 658, turn left, heading to 80, runway 30 left, clear for takeoff traffic, 2 mile final.
Ground hello, Delta 2483 clearing at Charlie going to Charlie. Delta 43 Minneapolis ground taxi at Pop to the gate. Left 23.
Ground Delta 152 heavy ready taxi.
Delta 50 runway 30 left, taxi via Delta Alpha, you can cut the corner.
Okay, 30 left, Delta Alpha, cut the corner.
United 658, turn left on 8260, contact departure.
1260, departure United 658.
Minneapolis confirmation, Echo Romeo, altimeter 3013.
Restriction. Roger. Now go 30 left.
Delta 1912, Minneapolis Tower, wind at 30011, runway 30 left, clear to land, traffic will come position.
Clear to land 30 left, Delta 1912.
170, we clear to turn on the runway.
Delta 170, heavy turn right on the runway, or if you need Mike, that's also approved. Then contact ground on point 9er.
Cleared on the runway, say again last.
Delta 170, heavy turn right on the runway, contact ground point 9er.
9.9, Delta 170.
American 3103 at Whiskey 10, cross runway 30 left, join Alpha.
Whiskey 10, cross 30 left, join Alpha.
Tower 2355.
Now let's go 36 meters. Scout 3805, same for you, Bravo, cut the corner, join Alpha. Bravo, cut the corner, join Alpha, Scout 3805. Delta 170, heavy Minneapolis ground, good afternoon, taxi Alpha to the gate. Give way to the 2 Embraers, join Alpha.
Delta 170 is video of the runway on Alpha, holding short here.
Delta 170, heavy Minneapolis ground, taxi Alpha to the gate behind the pair of Embraers.
Well, I'll tell you what, here at MSP, when it rains, it pours.
Delta 170 heavy.
Delta 2218 from Hoffer, Golf Point.
So how about that? Following the arrival of our big top 747, we had A350, A300, and A350 all in succession on the South Parallel. How cool is that? Can't line it up any better than that if I do say so myself. Holy cow. And then, of course, don't go anywhere. We're going to have another heavy departing here in just a few minutes. Our Delta A330 to Paris. Delta 152 Heavy will be departing the South Parallel. So if you're just tuning in, welcome everybody to the Power Hour here at MSP. So we just watched 3 consecutive heavies arrive. The A350 from Tokyo leading the way. It was a UPS sandwich with the arriving heavies that all landed in succession. UPS bringing an A300 from Chicago Rockford, and then taking up the rear of that trifecta was Delta 170 from Seoul, South Korea. And now Delta 152 Heavy to Paris is strolling its way over to 30 left, where it will leap into the air.
Papa, cross runway 22, then Charlie, Charlie 6.
Papa, cross 22, Charlie, Charlie 6, go for it.
The 1912, turn right at Charlie, contact ground point 9er.
Charlie, ground point 9, Delta 1912. Now Delta 1912 clearing at Charlie for Golf 10.
So 912, Minneapolis ground, taxi to Alpha to the gate, left the 75 there at your nose, cut over to Alpha in front of you, please.
Okay, Alpha to the gate after the 75, Delta 1912.
So 2218, you can angle over to Alpha now. 2218 will take Alpha now, thank you.
RJ, you're exactly right. RJ Bean, our co-host, moderating today from home. Says, don't forget Delta 10. That's right. We'll have Delta 10 heavy to London Heathrow, and of course we'll have, if it's on time, Delta 162 to AMS as well. So there's plenty more heavy action coming right at you from Minneapolis, St. Paul. If you're just tuning in, welcome to MSP Live. My name's Alex. I'm the executive producer of MSP Airport Live. I'll tell you what, today has been exciting, to say the least.
Push approved for 30 left after traffic parks in Foxtrot 5, Alaska 9343.
We also got Aer Lingus from Dublin about 14 minutes out.
Ground up to 1912. Sounds like the gate is occupied for just a few more minutes.
Super cool.
I'd like us to go.
That's 1912. You were G10, is that correct?
Affirm.
1910. Once you get by the tunnel, let's just have you join Bravo short of the gate. I'll move you if I need to.
Okay. Cut left after the tunnel.
Gordon asks who had two UPS mic taxis on their bingo card today. I certainly did not. One of which being the Big Top 747, as a matter of fact.
550 30 left, taxi via Quebec, Charlie and Alpha.
Delta 152 heavy, fly runway heading, runway 30 left, clear for takeoff.
All right, now departing to Paris, Charles de Gaulle. Delta 152 heavy with the A330.
Line up away, traffic 10 mile final.
30 left, line up away, 737. Limit 2355 on whiskey 2 signature.
Limit 2355, Minneapolis Country, whiskey 5, the ramp.
South around there, 229.
3035, runway 30 left, taxi via Lima, November, Sierra Mike, whiskey, cross runway 17.
Safe travels, Delta 152 heavy to Paris. Have a wonderful flight tonight. Now on Monday, we had one of our live viewers depart the next A330 flight that we are expecting to catch. Delta 10 to London Heathrow on the A330 900 Neo.
799. Turn left heading to 80, runway 30 left, clear for takeoff.
I have to go back and see what he posted about the food selection on board that flight, but wants to replay later. I'll tell you what, that menu really had me licking my chops. I was hungry.
Thunder 650 Bravo Sierra, Minneapolis Tower traffic, close, holding in position. Wind at 300 at 9er, gust 18, runway 30 left, cleared to land.
30 left, 30 Bravo Sierra.
All right, now we got United on their way out.
left, heading 280, runway 30 left, clear for takeoff.
G-Man 5051 says, hello everyone, just popping in. Where were you? You missed the Queen. 747 has arrived, but of course you can always rewind the stream or play it back later. Well, I'll tell you what, it's one of the more memorable taxis that I think that I've been out here to witness with the 747. They rolled down past the intersection of runway 30 left and taxiway Mike. Got off right in front of the viewing area, joined Whiskey, then Mike, then Tango, then to the ramp.
Wind at 310 at 9er, goes to 18, runway 30 left, clear to land. 30 left, clear to land, clear to land.
You get there? Hop on cross 4 on the mic. Weekend 3672, left turn and come back.
Goes 3805, turn left heading 260, contact departure.
Yeah, and folks, if you're just tuning in, wondering where our 747 is at that just arrived, we'll post highlights later. You can also watch the replay of this broadcast too, but we have the highlights, which have the higher fidelity recording of this broadcast.
3035, cross runway 4 on whiskey.
So in addition to UPS sending us a 747-400 freighter, they sent us a Boeing converted freighter that had the extended upper deck that used to be at one point a passenger 747. So it has what we like to call the big top.
Alpha 1476, next turn, push to approve 31.
That's the highlight tonight for me on our broadcast of all the different plane spotting moments from the Wednesday action here from the Twin Cities that I will point out as being my favorite. And we will go through all of that towards the conclusion of our broadcast much later on tonight, though. So stick around for our runway recap as we dissect the day's highlights and some of the different things that were notable. It's an in case you missed it type segment.
Monitor ground on point 9er.
Delta Whiskey .9.
We got another Prime Air taxi on Mike. Well, I'll tell you what, we've had a steady dose of Mike taxis today, haven't we?
2591. So you want us on Mike, then a left turn back on the Quebec, and then hold past the whole short? Like straddling the whole short line so the tail's clear of Mike taxiway, but just short the white line on the edge of the runway. The runway is closed. Alright, you got it now. Pop up Mike, and then on to Quebec, and then we'll pull up over the whole short line. Delta 2591.
Any delays going to Chicago today?
Phil's Alaska 9343, your wheels up is between 52 and 54, time now is 43.
Copy all links. Clear to land.
So in other news, for those of you who have tuned in a little bit later this evening, which is all right,
Minneapolis tower traffic 2 mile finalist.
we broke some big info earlier today. So our assistant producer, Logan Justice, was with us for the first half of our show today. Over the past 24 hours,
Applicable 999, turn left at Delta,
we
Whiskey,
made the decision to embark on something that the channel has not done before. It's going to be quite the undertaking when it does happen. But it is official as of this morning. MSP Airport Live will be going to Los Angeles for live plane spotting. We will be headed out to LA on the afternoon of May 5th. We'll have live shows on the 6th, 7th, and 8th, and we will return to the Twin Cities on the 9th. Thanks for the heads up, Avery. Only 16 likes to 300. Make sure, if you're enjoying the content today, to give us a thumbs up. It's the easiest way to support MSP Airport Live. Also consider becoming a subscriber. We have a lot of fun with our live shows. We'd hate for you to miss out on the notification when we go live, because spring, even though that old man winter is going to strike back here for about another week, and I know the colder temps are going to be returning here as we lapse back into winter, but we will be due for some much warmer temps towards the end of next week as we continue to charge towards the month of April and the much warmer months of the year.
United 552, turn left heading to 80, runway 30 left, clear for takeoff.
To the gate, Delta back to the gate, Delta 2970.
Country 606, Minneapolis Tower, traffic 2 miles. Final is a Boeing 737. Traffic will hold in position, wind 290 at 9er, gust 19er, runway 30 left, clear to land.
So, folks, who is excited for our LAX expedition that will take place in early May?
Minneapolis runway 30 left, taxi via Lima, November, Sierra, Mike, and Whiskey. Cross runway 17, I'll have the other one in a bit. Cross runway 17. Look at it, Sierra Mike, and then Whiskey. Sierra Mike. 22 on DA, may have contact via Papa, cross runway 4, you'll give way to the Delta 73, that's on Delta. Papa, clear cross, runway 22, Delta, Delta 9, and that second one there. Yes. 1476 United on Papa Waste. Delta 1476 traffic.
Mike 989 Minneapolis, Tower landed 28010, gust 19er, runway 30 right, clear to land. The 2565, turn right if becoming Delta or Charlie, then contact ground on point 9er.
We're Charlie point 9 down to the 2565.
G-Man 5051, that's certainly a good question to ask. Now, on the 747 Boeing converted freighter, a lot of the windows that they do not need on the upper deck are plated over. I think there's like a galley that's back there. They only need a few windows, restrooms. I don't know how the Boeing converted freighter aircraft are laid out specifically. Probably would be a question for somebody who is qualified to and has worked on that type of aircraft. So with MSP Airport Live going out to LAX, we're going to have plenty of A380s. We'll have 747s on tap all throughout our time there. We'll have plenty of special liveries. Basically, if it flies, it goes to LAX. So we will be treated to quite the buffet of pickings of different cool and unique things to spot out over at LAX. And of course, the weather is going to be, I'm sure, far nicer than it is here. Well, especially during this time of year. Although 41 degrees right now, I'm not complaining at all.
Cross from A4.
On with back runway 4.
Delta 2591. I don't think anyone else will get in front of you, so when you're ready to move again.
We're ready.
Jade 876, Slow House Stream Ben, just tuning in after class. Well, it's been a lot of fun. You missed the big rush of heavies that we just had come in. UPS 2568 from Louisville with the 747 Big Top. It's a 747-400 Boeing converted freighter with that extended upper deck. So they arrived on 30 left. They went past the intersection on the landing roll, past Mike, got off in front of us, taxied Whiskey Mike Tango to the ramp.
Minneapolis tower traffic is holding in position. Wind at 28011, gust to 19er. Runway 30 left. Clear to land.
I think there was Aer Lingus sneaking in there on the north side, if I do say so myself. I think that's Shamrock. Yes, it was. Oh, then we got Prime Air taking off.
Segment 12 Central, Valentine 00550 Zulu from Minnesota, Iowa, Nebraska, South Dakota freighters with thunderstorms. More information available from flight service.
Shamrock 989, turn left at Charlie, then contact on 9er. Left at 343, turn left at 8280, run through your left, so takeoff.
All right, so another one of our Alaska flights last night that diverted to Minneapolis from Chicago O'Hare due to thunderstorms and other inclement weather in the area is now departing to Chicago.
Delta 1476, fly runway heading, runway through your right, so takeoff.
We have Sun Country taxiing on Mike. There's been quite a few Mike taxis today.
Turn left, heading 260, and contact departure.
Alright, 260 and departure left 9343.
Shamrock 988, that's 100 still there, heavy, or 99, that 100 still is no factor.
Alright, thank you. 99, we're going into the gate, come on.
Yep.
Zero, contact departure.
See if we can get Aer Lingus. I think they might have a new gate, actually. Nope, there's Shamrock.
5104 Minneapolis.
Aer Lingus is here from Dublin.
Runway 30 right, clear to land. The 2078, turn right, Charlie, contact ground point 9er.
Currently ground point 9, Delta 2078.
So I think Aer Lingus is going into the alley here.
178, Manstone, Alpha, and Delta Delegate.
Okay, interesting. Because usually they park at the end of Econ course. Excuse me. But I know that they have switched gates as of recently. or as of recent, I should say. Sorry, English is apparently a little difficult this evening. So that Sun Country 737 that we just saw stroll on by our position, traversing taxiway Mike, was headed to runway 30 left, departing for Kansas City. Although the airport code is MKC, I would believe that based on the 8000 series flight number that this is a charter.
Air 5076, that's gun pop for the gate.
Holy cow, I think in the next 30 to 40 minutes we're going to have a huge influx of arrivals. You can see them coming straight at us on flight radar. And of course, don't forget everybody, we still have Delta 10 to London that has yet to depart.
3014.
Estimated departure time of 6:05 Central. So that should be coming up rather shortly. Then if it's on time, we'll get Delta 162 Heavy later on with the 330-900 to Amsterdam. So Delta 10 Heavy departing soon to London with the A330-900 Neo. November 416 Delta X-Ray is the equipment that is assigned to work that route tonight.
2591, Minneapolis, 30 line up and wait.
So it looks like Delta 162 is running
Country
on time.
8774, Minneapolis, tower. Runway heading on A30 left.
It's about 10 minutes behind schedule, but that's still considered on time though. So Delta 162 is looking to be in good shape for tonight. All right.
5104, turn left, underground point 9er.
Icelandair is also scheduled to be in at around 7:25. So I don't think we will have enough available light to catch Icelandair. But we'll just have to wait and see. All right, our Sun Country charter to Kansas City is now lining up with the south parallel runway and is prepared for takeoff. All right, here we go. How cool is that? Have a great flight to Kansas City, Sun Country 8774.
2591, contact departure.
All right, I think I see Delta 10 pushing back for London Heathrow with the A330-900.
Coast 3995, Minneapolis, wind 27010, runway 30 right, clear to land.
And yes, it is. Delta 10 Heavy now pushing back for London. So Delta 10 Heavy operated with the A330-900 Neo tonight. So Delta 10, they'll get their taxi clearance here in just a minute. And also in about an hour from now, we'll have Delta 162 depart for Amsterdam. So I think we'll step back here for a second, as I think I hear the Trent engine starting up on our A330-900 Neo. The Trent 7000 has a amazing deep rumbling sound when those engines are just starting to stretch and wake up. So you can usually hear the engine starts from here. Chris Coleman 4, thanks for tuning in today. Chris says, I've never watched this airport stream before. It's proper, cool, some fantastic aircraft. Well, hey, thanks, Chris. Thanks for checking us out. It's so great to have you aboard our wonderful community here of Av Geeks. Excited for MSP spotting here on MSP Live. Lowlander Zero, hey, happy Wednesday to you. I know that some of our live viewers that are watching over in the UK right now are probably excited, because that's exactly where this flight is going. It's going to London Heathrow. So Lowlander Zero says this A330-900 is 4 years old. Delivered in March of 2022 to Delta Airlines, November 416. Delta X-Ray, serial number 1999. So it was just one number away from being the 2000th A330-900 Neo constructed by Airbus in Toulouse.
After 995 SMS and taxi to the gate, Monogram 9.
All right, so Delta 10. Where are you going? There you go. So Delta 10 is now ready to start stretching its legs, so now it will taxi to runway 30 left, where it will depart.
Delta 1827 visual 30 left.
Delta 1827 Minneapolis Tower, wind 28012, runway 30 left, clear to land.
Go ahead, 30 left, Delta 1827.
So, folks, just in case you missed it, from earlier today, our 747 that came in from Louisville taxied on Mike, but it got off runway 30 left right in front of us, which provided a pretty unique opportunity to see it taxi by close on Whiskey and Mike en route to Tango and the ramp, which was just so awesome.
Good afternoon, metering Southwest 1524 off the gate Hotel 12, ready to push with 0.
So check this out, everybody. The Queen of the Skies
and the frequency to taxi.
at about 5:16 this evening taxied by on Mike. A nice slow taxi, posing for the cameras. So there you go. That was our big highlight from tonight. It was the 747 taking taxiway Mike next to us.
95 Apple Star, wind 27012, and the 3 right, clear to land.
How cool is that? Okay, so we do have some more arrivals that are making their way towards MSP.
Delta 10 Heavy, Minneapolis, 30 left, line up away.
Halfway 30 left, Delta Heavy.
Eighteen 1827, turn right, cutting up, point niner.
Turn right, point 9, yep, 1827. Got Delta 1827 on Charlie, you're going to Golf 9.
Well, 1827, it's gone, taxi via Alpha, which golf gate was it?
Via Alpha and the gate 9.
Gate 9, okay, I'm showing 2 if you want to double check.
I'll double check that, thanks.
Got 3 left, Delta 10 Heavy.
All right, Delta 10 Heavy now clear to depart
299, runway 30 right, taxi
to
via Papa.
London Heathrow.
Got Delta 1827, yeah, that message just came through for us for Golf 2.
Good.
Southwest 1524, taxi here.
Southwest 1524. Make the right turn out, 30 left, taxi via Charlie 2, Charlie and Whiskey.
Right turn Charlie 2, Charlie Whiskey for 30 left, Southwest 1524.
Southwest 1524, wheels up to Denver, between 17 and 20. Time now is almost 10.
Alright, 1720, South 1524.
Delta 10 Heavy, turn right heading 360, contact departure.
Right turn 360, departure, Delta 10 Heavy,
Yes, for 295, turn left, contact ground point 9er. That was 4299, Minneapolis,
Have a great trip, Delta 10 Heavy. There we go. How about the growl from the Trent 7000 engines as Delta 10 ascended into the evening skies above the Twin Cities tonight. How fun. Well, if you're just tuning in, welcome to MSP International Airport for live plane spotting on MSP Airport Live. Alex Redding with you today. So we broke some big news. I was intending to wait until later, but I was too excited not to share. But it is official. We are going to LA to do live plane spotting on May 6th, 7th, and 8th. So we fly out to LA on the 5th.
42 minutes, don't wait for company to leave the alley.
We'll get in just after 8 p.m. in Los Angeles. We'll get everything ready to go for the next day. We'll have 3 full days out there, and then we will return to the North Star State on Saturday aboard a 757-300. Our departure is around 12:40 or 12:45 in the afternoon at LA. So I'm super excited to be traveling on the 757-300 for the first time, and also the A321neo on the outbound trip to LAX. So that'll be in early May. We will post more details on our LAX trip.
Taxi from the Echo Fox Alley with Foxtrot.
Delta 2087, runway 30 left, taxi via Delta Alpha.
30 left, Delta Alpha, Delta 2087.
Sky with 3791 ground.
Bye, Avery. Have a great night.
31012 and a 30 left, clear to land.
So if you had wings, one of our awesome members says, FYI, on the subject of future MSP live travels, Orlando International is doing social media outreach, asking for ideas on setting up their own plane spotting area or park. So maybe in your future, well, if that's the case, absolutely. I would certainly love to plan some trips down to Orlando. MCO is a fascinating airport, and it's amazing to hear now that they are going to be getting a spotting area. We'll see.
1553, maps ground, push through 30 left.
Push through for the left side.
And it's really great that MCO is friendly to our hobby. So Lowlander Zero says, I'll watch it land around 7 a.m. at London. That would be Delta 10 Heavy that just departed. All right. So speaking of Delta 10 Heavy, we actually had a live viewer during our last show on Monday this week that was on board Delta 10. And that was super cool.
Sir 657, turn left at Charlie and hold short of runway 30 left. Sir 657, monitor
Pensy
my
Plains.
frequency 126.7.
Yeah, maybe in the past, but I don't know. Maybe the airport's attitude towards plane spotting or aviation enthusiasts has changed. It's certainly possible because I'll tell you what, MSP Airport used to be the polar opposite of how it is now. MSP is one of the friendliest airports in the country for plane spotters and aviation enthusiasts, and I'll tell you what, this viewing area is a testament to that. Big shout out to the folks at MAC for some incredible community relations here that we are blessed to have as plane geeks here in the Twin Cities. But it didn't always used to be like that, unfortunately. So I certainly hope with new spotters park being planned at MCO that things around MCO are looking on the up and up for plane spotters out there. So we will see if they do decide to follow through with that. That'll be an interesting development. DJF Phantom Fan, I do agree. The Metropolitan Airports Commission has treated us so well these last few years. So well. Hey, Icelandair. So they were a north side arrival.
Southwest.
And they're making their way over to Terminal 2.
Be up, Papa. Ground up 1553 seconds.
1553.
Chris Coleman, yeah, I actually was reading into that whole bit that you just shared. So, listening into ATC conversations is not allowed in the UK, and from my understanding, that's from
Oh, I was looking at the wrong one. Delta,
an outdated law that I think was around World War II that was created that made it illegal for anyone to listen. That was not an approved party to listen or transmit on aviation frequencies.
Cross 30 left, Charlie 2, if there's room, otherwise we're going Charlie 1, nice, sir, 5
ground number 5051 clear, 30 left, Delta.
5051 minutes ground, good evening, taxi via Delta and Papa, just give way to the 75 there, what's the gate?
Delta, Papa, give way to 75, going to Bravo 14.
Thanks. 5051, you also pass line at 71 on Quebec.
Pass line to 71 on Quebec, number 2. Minneapolis ground, challenge 650, Bravo 0, information.
If you had wings, hey, thanks for the invitation. Yeah, I'll certainly take you up on that if we go down to Orlando.
Customer 791, Minneapolis 93 right, line of away, flight delay in position.
Personally, I have never flown into MCO myself. I've been to Florida many times, but just not that particular part of the state.
On 30 left, go to land, traffic holding in position, 73, followed by an Airbus.
Go to land, runway 30 left.
0 left.
Hi, wait for CRJ, clear to tail, network 330 left, American 3103.
Company ahead, but I will point them out in the air. If I run ahead, I'm going to 30 left, clear for takeoff.
Runway heading 30 left.
Company 87, Southwest 1524, turn left heading 260, contact departure.
Left turn heading 260, switch departure, see you Southwest 1524.
Delta 2087, plan visual separation with the 73 head, fly runway heading on a 30 left, clear for takeoff.
Okay, runway heading, clear for takeoff, 30 left, visual separation, 73 ahead, Delta
2800.
Hey, firm.
Southwest 3904, maintain visual separation with that traffic, turn left heading 260.
Left heading 260 and maintain visual separation, Southwest 3904.
Southwest 3904, contact departure, good day. 3904, contact departure.
Departure, Southwest
DJF Phantom Fan, I do agree. We are very blessed to live in, for those of us that do the United States, where we have the freedoms that we get to enjoy. But with that is inherently tied with responsibility. So you have to be responsible with it.
Delta 2087, traffic 10 o'clock and 2 miles, 73, leaving 1,900. Report traffic light.
All right, a sporty climb for the A220. Had a nice headwind there on departure as the winds really picked up here for the last couple of minutes. 12 knots sustained winds, the last aerodrome weather report for MSP.
27, maintain the coverage of traffic, turn left heading 260.
Heading 260, Delta 2087.
2087 looks like they already turned over, but you can contact departure, good day.
2087, take care.
Yeah, lull under zero, that's also what I've kind of noticed too, to a degree.
3791, traffic at your 10 o'clock and 2 miles, actually almost 3 now, is a Airbus. Report that traffic site, leaving 3,700. 3791, turn left heading 260, maintain visual separation with that traffic. 3791, contact departure.
Alan Lee, ATC, great to see you again today. Happy Wednesday to you.
Final lane, traffic on a 7-mile final. Okay, thanks. November 650 Bravo Sierra on a 30 left, final lane, traffic 7-mile final.
You guys know, but no delays, go ahead for you.
We know a guy, so it's 464. Tire show,
3673 Minneapolis, wind 27013, runway 30 left, clear to land, traffic holds in position, Challenger, followed by 75.
30 left, 69, Skyway 3673.
Delta 981, turn right, contact ground point 9er.
Right, ground point 9, Delta 2981. American 3103,
3103, 30 left, check, TV at Charlie 5, sorry, let's go Charlie 6, Charlie and Alpha.
30 left, Charlie 6, Charlie Alpha, American 3103.
4981 minutes, turn Alpha cross runway 4, the Ember awaits, what's the gate?
Crossword Alpha, gate, Golf 21, Delta 2981.
Chris Coleman, that sounds like a lot of fun. You know, that makes me excited for Oshkosh this year. I think I might sneak out and go
Tier 3749
to Oshkosh for a day or two, if I'm able. We'll see.
3693, second aircraft holding position is an Airbus now. Frontier 3749, flight runway heading on a 30 left, clear for takeoff.
Runway heading, 30 left, clear for takeoff, Frontier flight 3749.
Still 3770 Minneapolis, turn next 30 left, clear to land, traffic is an Ember and a 5-mile final. Service 0 Bravo Sierra, turn left heading 260, contact departure.
260 over to depart.
Daniel Swanson, yes, I know. The St. Cloud Air Show is going to have F-22 Raptors in attendance.
Window 5530, Minneapolis, 23 right.
It's going to be a lot of fun.
Just at 783 Minneapolis, tower traffic number 3 mile final, 75, hold in position, wind 27012.
Low under 0. Hey, have a great night. Thanks for tuning in.
30 left, exit at 7078.
All right, here's Frontier, everybody.
Goes 0976, turn left, contact ground point 9er. Denver 5538, turn right side 320, and 30 right, clear for takeoff.
Ground tester 976, Papa, or Charlie.
Scout Francis 6 Minneapolis, ground taxi the Papa to the gate. Skywest 39.
So we seem to have lost our sun here for the moment. There's a patchy spotted cloud cover that is obstructing the sun's golden rays, but I think we might get some sun back hopefully here soon.
Brickyard 3681 Minneapolis ground pushback is approved 430 left.
Denver 5530, turn right heading 360, contact Vector. Security 574, Minneapolis air traffic on a 3 mile final is a Challenger, 71 will hold in position, wind 27012, and a 30 left, clear to land. Skywards 3673, turn right at Delta, contact ground point 9er.
Delta ground point 9 goes 3673.
Oh, yeah. We got a 757 lining up with the South Parallel. Get ready for some Pratt & Whitney thunder, everybody.
Dragonines goes 3673 on Delta for Charlie 23.
Scout 3630, Minneapolis ground low taxi be a Delta, hold short of Quebec.
Delta, hold short of Quebec, goes 3673.
So Delta 942 to Orlando, Florida. Now departing the South Parallel runway with the 757-300.
Scout 576, alright, roger that. Then just turn right on Papa to the gate.
Papa to the gate, pressure 976.
650, turn left, that's Charlie, contact ground point 9er.
Just confirm certain land
3574, turn left,
Brickyard 4650, Minneapolis ground taxi via Charlie and Charlie 6 to the gate. Scout 3673, XT taxi via Papa. You can cut the corner as well, your discretion for right.
I'm Papa to the gate, 3673.
Ground Frontier Flight 1291, taxi with Sierra.
Frontier Flight 1291, right 30 left, taxi via Delta Whiskey.
30 left, Delta Whiskey, Frontier Flight 1291.
That's 783, turn left Whiskey 5, taxi straight into signature.
So we have a couple of departures that are queuing for 30 left. SkyWest 4064 to Chicago O'Hare, and American 3103 to Dallas.
2770, turn left runway 22, contact ground point 9er.
Cargo 2437, visual 30 left.
So 2437 Minneapolis Tower, you're 4.5 inch trail with a Boeing 737 and a Boeing 717 will hold in position on a 30 left, clear to land, wind 28011.
30 left, clear to land, 2437.
Hotel Charlie Alpha. Runway 22 Hotel Charlie Alpha to call 15.
Oh, we're going to get some of our sun back here, I think.
3673, and I'm sure, let me know if your gate's occupied or not.
Miss your left on a Boeing traffic on a 4 mile final is a Boeing 737.
On a Boeing 30 left, Delta 1553.
$5571, turn left at Charlie and taxi via Charlie 2, monitor point 9 as you go.
Left turn Charlie 2, monitor point 9, Sun Country 574.
$1553, flight runway heading on next 30 left, clear for takeoff.
Just take off 30 left, flight runway heading Delta 1553. Total 2982, visual 30.
Delta 2982, Minneapolis, tower traffic, 732 mile final, Emperor holds in position, wind 28011, on next 30 left, clear to land.
Clear to land 30 left, Delta 2982.
Scala 4024, Minneapolis ground, runway 30 left, taxi via Quebec Charlie Alpha.
All right, so we got another Frontier flight that'll be headed out here in just a second. So it's headed to Denver.
Scout 3893, turn left, stop at Delta 8. Skywest 4064, Minneapolis Airport, 4 mile final, on 30 left, one of a wait.
That's way 30 left, that's 4064.
Delta 1553, turn left, heading 260.
Delta 1553 getting airborne for Memphis, Tennessee with a 717.
Sun Country 8471, visual 30 left.
Secretary 8471, Minneapolis air traffic. 5 ahead is an Airbus, and an Airbus is in position, wind 28011, on 30 left, clear to land.
Go clear to land.
Delta 2437, turn right, contact ground point 9, or Charlie's approved.
Charlie, ground point 9, Delta 2437. Out of the Echo Concourse to see him joining Quebec. I'm Delta 2437 on Charlie for Fox.
Delta 2437, Minneapolis ground, taxi via Alpha.
Alpha to Park, Delta 2437.
Delta 2437 exiting 30 left. So this flight
1308, Minneapolis
arrived from Spokane, Washington.
traffic 4.5 ahead is an Airbus. It's 4064, turn left heading 260, contact departure.
Left 260 and departure is 464, yep.
Delta 1608, turn right, let's see, Alpha 7 or Delta, contact ground point 9.
Delta 29, Delta 29.
All right, we'll see who goes next here. American 3103 to Dallas, or Frontier 1291 to Denver. There is one more arrival, possibly two, that will get in ahead of our aircraft queuing to depart MSP South Parallel Runway.
Delta to the gate, Delta 2980.
And to Denver.
Sun Country 8471 from Chicago O'Hare. Our next arrival on MSP South Parallel Runway.
Brickyard 3681 ground, up somewhere for you to hold at the end. I'll be moving again here in about 3 minutes.
Sounds good for now. We'll be short of hotel, Brickyard 3681.
Sun Country 8471, turn left at Delta, contact ground point 9.
Delta over to ground, Country 471 today.
Endeavor 4988, Minneapolis Tower, 5-inch trail with an Embraer, wind 28012, and a future right, clear to land, traffic, may hold in position.
71 Minneapolis ground, roger, taxi via Delta and Kilo 3, cross runway 17, join Lima, cross runway 4.
Kilo 3, cross 17, Lima, cross runway 4, Sun Country 8471.
Delta 2931, Minneapolis ground, wait for company to pull into box 7, then your pushback is approved, 30 left.
Wait for company at box 7, first first. Your flight 1291, Minneapolis, turn at 30 left, line up on wing. 30 left, line up on wing, Frontier flight 1291.
Pretty quick landing for our 717 that just touched down on the South Parallel Runway from St. Louis Lambert International.
Skyster 937, Minneapolis, Star Traffic 4 mile final, runway 30 right, line up and away, I'll need you ready. 1608, contact ground point 9er.
Company 9, 74 visual 30 left.
Center flight 1291, 5 runway heading on a 30 left, clear for takeoff.
Runway heading 30 left, clear for takeoff, Frontier flight 1291.
American 3103, Minneapolis, turn at 30 left, line up and away, traffic on a 7 mile final is an Airbus. 30 left, line away.
All right, Frontier 1291
left at Golf and contact ground
to
point
Denver is ready to rock and roll here.
0 left, taxi via Alpha, pass behind and RJ off of your right, see me in a few seconds.
30 left, we'll wait.
Brickyard 3681, to continue the Hotel Charlie Alpha, and off somewhere to hold at the end.
Hotel Charlie Alpha, Brickyard 3681.
Minneapolis Tower, you're 4.5 short of CRJ, wind 2013, on a 30 right, clear to land. Pier 1291, turn left heading 260, contact departure.
260 departure, Frontier flight 1291.
All right, now American 3103 is ready to go to Dallas.
Delta 2122, runway 30 left, taxi Alpha. 30 left via Alpha, Delta 2122.
Delta 2122. That's the flight that we will be taking to LAX in May. So on May 5th, I'll be aboard that same flight on an A321neo as MSP Airport Live. We'll take our rodeo on the road.
Brickyard 3681 will be a left or right on Alpha. Left turn on Alpha. Left Alpha, Brickyard 3681, we'll wait for more. Flight 24 Minneapolis, Power Panic, keeping it rolling, runway 30 left line of flight, traffic 3 miles per hour. That's 357, turn left, contact ground point under. Wait, you're at 13. 37, we're clear, 30 right on the Charlie 5 on Delta 1608, still with me, contact ground point 8. Traffic Delta 1308, still with me, ground on point 8. Brickyard 3681, continue via Alpha 3, Bravo, hold short of Alpha 1 on Bravo at the end. Alpha 3, Bravo short of Alpha 1 on Bravo
All right,
at the
we'll
end.
have,
Brickyard 3681.
I think, one more departure here quite quickly.
Delta 1537, visual 30 left. 3037, up the 30 left of the line, wind 293 at 11. 30 left of the line, Delta 1537. Showing at 1919, departure. Brickyard 3681, they moved it up 2 minutes. You're 0017, so just be ready, I'd say, about plus minus 5. So just be ready at 0007 again to taxi if you want to shut down now. Alright, we plan on shutting down. We'll be ready by 7 past. Brickyard 3681. Go over 30 left on the 40. 3, cross runway 7, runway 17, join lane across runway 4. Delta 2274, turn right at Charlie, contact ground on point 9er. Charlie point 9er, good day, Delta 2274. Sky 4005, Minneapolis, tower 30 right to the line with 290 at 11.
Ground Delta 2274 on Charlie for gate Gulf 17.
Delta 2274, we have ground, your gate's pushed now to the taxi to Alpha, and then after the tunnel, join Bravo as able time.
Alright, to Alpha, then after the tunnel, we'll join Bravo behind the aircraft that just pushed. Thanks, Delta 2274.
That flight arriving from Phoenix Sky Harbor with the A321.
Hold on position. Delta 2931, runway 30 left, taxi via Charlie 5, Charlie, hold short of Bravo.
30 left, Charlie 5, Charlie, hold short, Bravo, Delta 2931.
Sirius 38 Minneapolis, target evening with 280 at 12, runway 30 right to the left. 270, turn off the taxiway, Golf. Delta 574, heading 300, contact departure. Delta 574, good.
All right, now we're going to get 2122 to LAX. A Delta A321neo will be departing here shortly. So if you are just tuning in to our broadcast today of live plane spotting, welcome to MSP Airport on MSP Airport Live. So great to have you on board today. My name's Alex,
Pushback is approved for 30, right?
the executive producer of MSP Live. Circuit Breaker says, hi y'all, Delta 2122. Ought to be a blast. It certainly will.
Minneapolis Tower, traffic's on a 5-mile final, run 30 right, on its way. 2167 Tower, yep.
2167, visual 30 left.
167, start slow back to final approach, please traffic, hold in position with 29011, run 30 left to the land.
I was blowing up, clear to land, 30 left, up 2137.
Delta 1537 on Delta, Fox 3.
Delta 1537, Minneapolis ground, turn left there in Bravo, then right on runway 4, short Charlie 6, your galley's blocked for a minute.
Alright, we'll take a left on Bravo and then on runway 4 to
KDD says, evening everyone. Good evening too. Great to have you on board on this Wednesday for live plane spotting. We're about to watch Delta 2122 depart for LAX here, but we have an arrival that will get in ahead of our departure to LAX. So in case you missed it from earlier, I know I mentioned it a couple of times throughout the show today.
54 maps contact via Papa and monitor ground 0.8 on the way.
MSP Airport Live is going to embark in quite the undertaking. We are going to Los Angeles. So we'll be doing 3 incredible days of live plane spotting shows on May 6th, 7th, and 8th.
Push for 30 left, the LBC on Delta 1026. Roger, hotspot with Delta. Delta 2122, just cross the runway there, cross the runway, and then join taxi west, get call you back. Alright, we'll cross runway Delta 2122.
All right, so Delta 2122 to Los Angeles is now in the process of entering the threshold for 30 left, and we'll line up with the runway for departure.
605, my 30 left to the land with 30011.
Clear to land, 30 left,
Delta 2151 heading 300, contact departure.
Sure, I think they just passed right over the threshold.
Via Delta Papa and monitor ground on 0.8.
And I know exactly why, is because this arrival
Delta 2145
is just about to touch down. It's Delta 2167 from Portland, Oregon.
Delta 2931, you take this behind a company Airbus on the other side. You see him joining Alpha. Your wheels, what time is that? Your window's 5-1 to 5-4.
All right, behind Airbus 5154 Delta
2713, trade taxi.
Delta 2713, behind the RJ, 30 right, taxi to be a Delta Papa.
Delta Papa behind the RJ to 30 right, Delta 2713. Minneapolis Tower, Delta 2575, visual approach, reach over. 2575, Minneapolis Tower, reach the final approach, speed traffic, hold in position, accompany Boston 29011, my 30 left to the land.
Clear land, 30 left, and business final, Delta 2575.
Delta 2167, turn right, contact ground point 9. Right, ground point 9, Delta 2967. 70 Minneapolis Tower, off the way at Mike Cross, my 30 left, taxi of Mike and Tango, traffic 2 out. Traffic 2 out, Mike Tango, but 70 clear.
I got a circuit background for company for flow time, so Alpha 2 Bravo, just all the way around the block, back to Alpha 3 and Alpha again.
Alright, so left on Alpha 2 Bravo, Alpha 3.
Ground 2167, Minneapolis ground taxi via Delta the gate.
Delta the gate, Delta 2167, how we going?
Delta 2713, monitor ground 0.8.
Alright.
Delta, behind company, Delta
We got Bridge Aviation headed in.
Charlie 6 into the ramp. You'll see him off your right as you make the turn. The parking lot deeper than you.
Copy that. Bond company, Texas Detroit. Ground Delta 2145. We have this RJ on Bravo, pull up to the
right, our next arrival on the south parallel, Delta 605 from Mexico City.
About a 5 mile funnel, runway 30 left, line of point. Turn left, line of point, Delta 2122.
Envoy 4043, Minneapolis, ground pushback is proof for runway 30 right.
Heavy map start 12801 runway 30 left for the land. 2930 left. Delta 605, turn right at Delta, contact ground on point 9er. Turn on Delta, ground point 9, Delta 605. Ground Delta 605 off at Delta for Gulf 1.
Delta 605, Memphis ground, taxi via Alpha.
Alpha to the gate, Delta 605.
That's a Bales call. Calling signature, contact taxi paper, contact clearance 123.2.
On 30, turn left, contact ground on point 8.
All right, here we go. Delta 2125 now departing to Los Angeles.
31. We can get you wheels up now at top of the hour, so a few more minutes, all more for you in a minute. Contact departure. 260, departure Delta 2122.
All right, I think Delta 162 Heavy is about ready to go to Amsterdam, and that is it. There is Delta 162 Heavy. Departing from gate F12, the jet bridge has been pulled back.
United 272, Jan, just give pass behind the Delta cross head, turning off the runway.
Ground up 1026.
So there we go. Delta 162 Heavy with the A330-900 Neo will be departing to Amsterdam.
United 272, yep.
So I think they're waiting for pushback clearance here.
Ground United 2272, turn on Delta.
2272 behind Delta there, continue taxi.
Right behind Delta United 2272. Ground up 1026, ready.
Delta 1026, 30 left, the Alpha, follow company off the right.
Okay, follow company off the right, 30 left, the Alpha.
G-Man 5051, yeah, I did notice that.
Private, Delta, gate Charlie 10.
2575, taxi via down Delta, hold short of Charlie 6.
So flight 2122 to LAX, to answer your question, Chris, that is going to be the same exact flight that we will be taking to Los Angeles in May.
2145, runway 30 left, line of point, traffic 5 out. 30 left, line of point, Delta 2145. About 2485, runway 30 right, turn right, 320, clear for takeoff.
Delta 229, Christian, yeah, Delta 2297.
Darn it.
Pushback is approved for 30 left.
All right, pushback approved.
Sorry about that.
Delta 2297.
Here's FedEx 798 Heavy from Memphis. I keep forgetting that they are now on the docket.
Tango, have a good day. Left there, Mike Tango, FedEx 798 Heavy. Delta 2713.
I'll tell you what, I just really do not like daylight savings because it just throws you off.
Charlie 6, Charlie Papa, monitor point 8, Delta.
Here we go. We're going to get a taxi on Mike, though, for FedEx 798.
162 Heavy, Minneapolis ground, push back.
Super cool.
Group 430 left.
Group 30 left, Delta 162 Heavy. Ground up 40, 43, ready taxi 0.
By 43, running 30 right, taxi via Delta, hold short of Quebec, and then just monitor ground now on point 8.
30 right, Delta, hold short of Quebec, monitor ground.
Delta 2931, I'm gonna actually stand by one.
Hello, Manila, 1878, 30 left.
30 Minneapolis, 730 left to the land.
30 left to the land, LA.
Turn left, heading 260, contact departure, have a good day.
There we go. I'm going to have to start getting used to that.
13, flighting 320, contact departure, have a good day.
All right. Anyway.
3941 Minneapolis, 29010, 30 record of land.
Delta 162 Heavy now pushing for Amsterdam.
Shortly, wait for them.
All right.
Push approved, expect runway 30 right. Okay, after the traffic clears behind us, push approved for 30 right, Delta 2607. Regard 3681, Minneapolis.
Yeah, Gordon, I will adjust.
3681.
Regard 3681. I'm going to have you monitor tower now, so just we can get you 5 minutes before that 17 time. Just monitor them. Now they'll call you out.
Oh, monitor 26-7, Metro 3681.
95 Minneapolis Tower traffic. We'll
Joshua Leclerc, hey, good evening. Great to see you today. Joshua, I don't know if you know the news, but
Charlie
we made a
Charlie
few big announcements today. Really just throughout the day, we wanted to let our folks know that, and you know, I could have come out and done it formally. We could have had all of this hype around it, but you know, every time we've tried to do that, it never ends up working out the way we want to. So that I kind of threw that out the window. And we'll post more information in the coming days here this week. But we want to let people know that in early May, we are headed to Los Angeles. We'll be doing live plane spotting out at LAX.
35 Minneapolis Tower traffic on a 5-mile funnel, runway 30 left, Montefiore.
So we are currently looking at Delta 162 Heavy pushing back for Amsterdam.
At 1878, any right turns available, contact ground point 9, you have a good day.
Right turn point 9, good day, Delta 1878.
I'll tell you what, it's starting to get a little chilly out here. Ooh.
Delta 1878, Jonah Charlie for Golf 3.
1878 Minneapolis.
So today will be the last live show of the week here this week for MSP
like
Live.
is, yeah,
oh, looks
for
like
Delta
they're starting up, so we'll take a step back
Perfect, thanks.
so you can listen.
Who is available if you'd like it? If not, Mike, contact ground on point 8.
Tower Delta 1701 on the visual 30.
1701 Minneapolis Tower, hello, wind 2801, section 2809er, traffic will hold in position, runway 30 left to the land.
30 left to the land, Delta 1701.
behind company 737 Delta.
Delta 16 Minneapolis, good afternoon, 1280 930 right to the land. About 385, turn left, heading 260, contact departure, good day.
I'm heading 260 for departure today, so we're 385.
Minneapolis, star 30 right to the line with 280 at 8, traffic will hold in position.
Delta 2238 Minneapolis ground, turn left at Mike 6 and just hold short of runway 422. Delta 2238.
Sorry about that, yeah, hold short of 422 on Mike 6.
Delta 2238, appreciate that.
All right, Cushing-ish says you guys will be at LAX for my birthday. All right, cool. All right, great to know that you've marked it on your calendar. So yeah, we're really excited.
2695, I know it's Billy, we're rolled on a Charlie, please. Taxi via Charlie and Papa, monitor ground on point 8.
Charlie, Papa, monitor, point 8, Delta 2695.
Envoy 4043, Minneapolis, tower traffic 6 mile final, right 30 right line of boy.
Ground 2941, taxi Tango.
Delta 2941, runway 30 right, taxi via Delta and Papa.
Delta Papa to 30 right, Delta 2941.
Delta 2238 at Mike 6 cross runway 4 at Charlie. Signals behind the C series, you'll see them from the right. And then behind company Airbus, they're going to be on taxiway Delta behind them. They're leaving the alley, then into the gate.
Alright, I'll take Mike 6, let's cross 42, and Charlie and outbound will give away to 2 airplanes. Delta 2238,
Envoy 4043, run 30 right, turning 350, clear for takeoff, winds 290 at 8.
See them straight ahead there on taxiway Charlie. Monitor ground on point 8.
Well, I'll tell you what, there's quite the conga line that has accumulated down towards the end of 30 left for departure. So we are going to be in for quite the rush here to the end of our show tonight. There's still plenty more spotting to come.
2238. I'm going to get one more moving on. Departure Delta 2931 guys.
Delta 2773, Minneapolis, tower 30 left, line of boy.
On point 8. Ground point 8, Delta 2607.
Envoy 4043, heading 350, contact departure, see ya. Turn right Delta or Charlie, contact ground on point 9er.
Charlie, point 9, Delta.
Oh, look at that turn. Super cool.
Delta 2644, Minneapolis Collins here, making that left turn on Charlie at Charlie 6 or Mike 6 from your right behind the company, an Airbus.
Right, on Charlie, behind company, crossing Charlie 6, Delta 2641.
Ground Delta 1701, clearing at Charlie, going to Fox 4.
Aloy Singer, hey, thanks so much for the €2 super chat. I hope I'm pronouncing your name correctly.
2.
Yeah, thanks so much for the €2 super sticker. All right. Hey, thanks so much.
Put the land runway 30 left, Delta 1059.
Delta 1053, Minneapolis, tower on 30 right, clear to land, traffic will hold on position with 290 at 9er. 1026, runway 30 left, run off heading 260, clear for takeoff, wind 290 at 9er. 2272, Minneapolis, start 5 miles, run off 30 left, turn left to Charlie, contact ground on point A. Sub 2773, turn left heading 280, contact departure.
Left heading 280, departure, Delta 2773.
Daniel Cap, good evening to you. Happy Wednesday. Great to have you on board.
30 left, fly runway heading, cleared for takeoff, wind 290 at 8.
Delta 2644, affirmative, turn left heading.
Minneapolis Tower, traffic's on a 5.5 mile funnel, 130 right, line up away. So 1026 on the
Colin Dutton, hey, great to see you today.
Order departure, see you, Delta 26.
That one's taking out right over there.
Turn 4925, Minneapolis Tower, traffic holding in position with 2808, runway 30 left of the land. Charlie 250, turn left to Charlie, contact ground on point A. Ground 20 minutes, start with 2808, run 30 right to the land. 2272, turn left heading 280, contact departure.
280 heading, going to departure, good 8 out of 2272.
881, runway 30 right, turn right 320, clear for takeoff. 2488, Minneapolis, start, be ready to go, run 30 right, line of plate, 74 out.
So we're going to keep those arrivals and departures coming your way on MSP Airport Live. Good evening, everybody, from the Twin Cities. Alex Redding, happy to be with you with some live plate spotting on MSP Live. So today was an exciting day for all the action that we've been catching. We're at a north flow today, so all the arrivals and departures crammed onto the parallel runways. Of course, we did have a brief opening earlier in the evening for some 3-5 arrivals, which is always interesting. And we can see those 3-5 arrivals here from the viewing area, and I know that we caught a couple as they made their way in. But today has also been an incredibly exciting day because we got to break the news to our wonderful audience that after much planning, coordination, cost-benefit analysis, and consideration, we are headed to Los Angeles to do some live plane spotting on May 6th, 7th, and 8th. So we leave on May 5th, the evening of May 5th, get in to LAX around, I would say, just after 8 p.m.
Taxiway Bravo, turn right on runway 4, then hold short of Taxiway Hotel.
And then on the return trip,
Turn Bravo, right turn on the runway 4, short of Hotel, Delta 1858.
we'll be leaving on Saturday the 9th.
Runway 30 left, fly runway heading, clear for takeoff.
On board 757-300, so I'm excited to take the Flying Pencil for the first time. And then, of course, on the way out, I forgot to mention that I'll be flying on the A321neo for Delta.
5 miles, runway 30 right, line of boy.
G-Man 5051, you're welcome. Thanks for tuning in today. It says, thanks for the stream today. Well, you're welcome.
Look, there it is. That's the one. That's the one. I think, yeah.
2270, runway 30 right.
Sounds great, thanks.
From left heading 280, contact departure, we'll see ya.
Left 280, over to departure, Delta 2297, good day.
167, Minneapolis, runway 30 left, on deploy, traffic 5 mile final.
30 left, my way, Delta 167.
November 1900 Whiskey, Minneapolis, are you up? Boy 925 to right at Delta, contact ground on point 9
Delta 152.
Delta will have
162 heavy, beg your pardon. Now lining up with the south parallel runway.
900 Whiskey, Minneapolis, Tower, cautionary turbulence, traffic impositions, heavy Airbus, runway 30 left to the land.
Clear to land 30 left, 00 Whiskey.
Tower, Southwest 1674, visual, 30 left.
Total 162 heavy, winds 2807, runway 30 left, turn right heading 360, clear for takeoff.
360, 30 left, clear takeoff, Delta 162.
Tell you what, 162 heavy. They got to make it quick here.
Minneapolis, Tower, runway 30 left to the
Oh,
land.
I don't know about this.
30 left, inland, Southwest 1674.
They got to start rolling now.
Start pulling back if you can, please.
Because if they don't,
Yes, sir,
we're in go-around territory.
Good night.
But thankfully,
There you go.
they did a nice job getting up and at him on the roll.
Push approved.
White short lane position, you're following heavy Airbus traffic off the south parallel, caution white turbulence.
The 2107, let's get closer to the end of the runway at Alpha 1. You'll be sequencing behind an Embraer from your left.
Behind an Embraer at Alpha 1, Delta 2107.
Delta 162 heavy on the northbound heading, contact departure, have a good day.
Right 360 over departure, Delta 162.
Crash team plus 1 minute, select back cross from my 4.
Cross 4,
30 right.
All right, have a great
300,
flight. Delta
clear for takeoff.
162 heavy to Amsterdam. All right.
2607, runway 30
We have a
right,
757-300 that is making its way over to the south
00, Turn
parallel.
left at Whiskey 5, taxi straight to the ramp, have a good day.
Delta 1186 Minneapolis
So this is
ground. Push approved. Expect runway 30 left.
actually an
And if you can
arrival.
push so you're not blocking the gate next to Gulf
So
19,
apologies for
come through
the
with your point
confusion
in
there. But yeah, this is an arrival. This actually came in on the north side from Fort Myers. Look at that. They had to take the scenic route all the way to their gate. So they are
3912 Minneapolis,
going to
30 right,
Concourse
left,
G.
That was 3912 for Duluth, runway 30 right, line of boy.
Yeah, pretty much.
2941, fly heading 320, 320, contact departure, have a good day.
12.
12 Tower, if you're with me, runway 30 right, line of boy. 1888, Minneapolis, are you up?
Delta 1888, we're on the visual, 30 left.
About 1888, roger, traffic will hold on position, winds 2808, runway 30 left to the land.
Clear to land, 30 left, Delta 1888.
Wait for the Embraer and then push approve for Super 6 Heavy.
Delta 1858, I'll get you moving now and turn right at Hotel, taxi via Hotel and Bravo.
Hotel and Bravo, Delta 1858, appreciate it.
Tower 5 mile final, runway 30 left, line of boy. Tower 3912, runway 30 right, turn right heading 340, cleared for takeoff. Ghost 41, 43 Minneapolis, Tower 30 right, line of boy. 2607 heading 300, contact departure.
Super Deck 6 Heavy, 1 able, proceed via Alpha.
1 able via Alpha, Super 6 Heavy.
Delta 1053, are you going to be able to get into your gate?
We're looking, waiting on one more person for the ground crew and then we'll pull in.
Roger.
Airbus.
Can you pull in a little bit more for Delta 1053 so traffic at your tail can pass on Alpha?
Absolutely.
Appreciate it. Great Guard 4650, Minneapolis ground, push approved, runway 30 left.
3912 heading 340, contact departure, you have a good night.
Delta 1053. Let's see, where are you at?
Never mind, looks like we got our third guy. We're pulling into Gulf.
All right, everybody. Well, it's that time of the broadcast where we start to put a bow on today's live plane spotting from MSP with our runway recap. So who's ready for our runway recap today? It's going to be a fun one, by the way. All right, so let's go ahead and take a look at our runway recap, just in case you missed today's awesome edition of MSP Airport Live. Delta 121 Heavy getting airborne uber late today. Enjoyed kicking off the show with some A350 action and, of course, some Trent XWB roar. And then Delta 312 Heavy, the Pineapple Express to Honolulu, also departed super late and got airborne at about 2:39, 2:40 p.m. Central. They're supposed to get out of here in the mid-morning around 10 a.m. So they stuck around long enough to depart live on our program today. Then, of course, our usual contingent of international heavy arrivals started to flow in. Delta 163 Heavy would touchdown from Amsterdam Schiphol with the A330-300. And we had some fantastic lighting throughout the majority of our show today. It's a sunny day here in the Twin Cities, although a little bit on the chilly end. And then Delta 9 arriving with some gusty conditions. It was a little gusty today, too, and you'll kind of notice that, too, a little bit of the camera jitter with our zoom maxed out. Yeah, it was a little bit of a windy day, but it wasn't too bad overall as Delta 9 made a nice smooth entrance into the Twin Cities. And then, of course, later on, Delta 160 Heavy would get up and at 'em for Amsterdam off of the south parallel runway. And they were a little bit on the heavier end, getting a little bit more real estate to rotate just past the intersection of 30 lefts and 422. And then the highlight of the evening, the big top 747 arrived on 30 left, got off right in front of the viewing area on Taxiway Whiskey, went Mike Tango to the ramp, and it's been a long time since I've seen the 747 traverse Taxiway Mike. But look at that. That was unquestionably the highlight of the evening for me. 300 feet away from the Queen of the Skies as she taxied past to the cargo ramp. The Delta 120 Heavy, running uber late today, would follow our 747, and we had a trifecta of heavy arrivals back to back to back. This was the first one of the three. And then sandwiched in the middle was UPS from Chicago Rockford with the Airbus A300, and behind that would be Delta 170 Heavy from Seoul. So we had an action-packed 5 o'clock hour. And then 170 Heavy following our arrival from the UPS A300, which, by the way, that A300 did taxi on Mike. 170 Heavy with a nice landing, of course, on the south parallel runway. after its flight from Seoul, South Korea. Could make its way over to the gate. And then, of course, we'd have more departures. Delta 152. Then shortly after, our trifecta of heavy landings would get airborne for Paris. Another fairly full flight today for the big Airbus A330, the ex-Northwest A330-300. Getting airborne. And then this is another highlight that we'd want to share with you. Alaska getting airborne for Chicago O'Hare. This aircraft diverted last night due to inclement weather, stayed overnight, and well, it made its way back to Chicago. There'd be another Alaska flight that would depart earlier, headed to O'Hare, getting out of the Twin Cities. And then Delta 10, getting airborne for London, would keep the heavy departures rolling here throughout the evening hours, providing some spectacular entertainment. And a nice roar on this departure, too, from Delta 10. And then later on, just moments ago, Delta 162 getting airborne for Amsterdam with the A330neo as well. As the daylight hours began to fade, as the sun set over the horizon and some of the clouds started to roll in that we've been observing here over the last hour or so. And there you go. There's our recap for tonight's plane spotting fun. Well, as much as I'd like to stay in spot, we do have to get going. But before we do, I want to take the time to let you know that our broadcasts are proudly supported in part by our friends over at Jet Set Shirts. It's the Jet Set Life. Wear it. Go to jetsetshirts.com or click the link below to get your aviation swag on today. And also, our live plane spotting broadcasts are proudly supported by DG Pilot, purveyor of gifts for the aviation and travel enthusiast. Visit them online at dgpilot.com.
I think there's another one coming in.
All right, well, that'll just about do it for our live plane spotting coverage here tonight from the Twin Cities of Minneapolis and St. Paul, Minnesota. We will see you back next week right here at the viewing area for some more spectacular airport views and action from Minnesota's aviation mecca. For Logan Justice and our outstanding team of mods, I'm Alex Redding saying goodnight from the aircraft viewing area. Have a great rest of your week, everybody. We'll see you in the next installment of MSP Airport Live. Until then, take care and happy spotting.
Welcome to DG Pilot Aviation Collectibles and More and our St. Paul showroom and warehouse. From the time your order is placed until it is delivered to you, our #1 goal is to provide you with the best customer service experience. That's why we're excited to take you behind the scenes today at our warehouse to provide you an up-close perspective of our model aircraft delivery experience. Our first step in the model aircraft delivery process takes place after your order is received. Our model aircraft delivery specialist will conduct a detailed inspection of your model for quality control to ensure we provide you with the highest quality products. Each specialist begins the inspection by removing the model from the box and performing a visual inspection of the model, checking features such as the wings, landing gear, and antenna, as well as the overall model for defects. After the inspection is complete, your model is reboxed and then prepared for packing. Each model is then bubble wrapped to provide an extra cushion to prevent any damage during shipping. After the bubble wrap process is complete, the model is then boxed for shipping. Our specialist then reconfirms your model is ready for shipping, attaches a shipping label, and then your model is sent out for delivery. We hope that you'll consider DG Pilot Aviation Collectibles for your model aircraft collecting needs. You can order products online at dgpilot.com or visit our St. Paul showroom where we have hundreds of model aircraft to choose from. From all of us at DG Pilot, thank you for your continued business, loyalty, and support, and happy collecting.